3, 2 OGs play, Chill with Jack and Jill, live stream. Woo, yay, awesome. Tips, tricks, guides, walkthroughs, speedruns, 100% trophies or achievements. Play games for fun. Been doing it for many years. Planning on doing it for many more. And what we do is we like to invade your phones and homes on big screens, little screens alike, to provide you with videos that you can pop on in the background. Just your friends or family can't make it over for some couch co-op. You know what's really easy to do? Popping on one of these videos, whether it's 2 OGs play or one of the standard videos I do. It's a way to invite someone into your home. And then we invite you into ours, and we just hang out on the world's biggest couch, the internet. Doing a wide variety of games. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. To my subscribers, I want to say a very special thank you to y'all, each and every one of y'all, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be doing these videos. Especially the frequency in which I do them. Because how great y'all have been, I promise you this. As long as one of you stays subscribed, I'll keep doing videos. You can drop by Rubneck and Viewers, howdy. And, I'll give a recommendation. It was called like X-Men and Spider-Man versus Arcade. Check it out. It wasn't too bad. I think it was an LJN game even. Alright, let's figure out how to do all
Blind
this.
squirrel finds a nut or something every once in a while, etc.
Etc. UTC right out.
Secret bunker.
March 22nd. It's probably that one that says 2024. 2024. Huh?
March 22nd sounds right.
Yeah.
The year is,
Yeah. Seeing as you were just here last month. And it's 2025.
That's right. He pulled us aside to say, you're the only 4 I can...
Alright, try pressing the options button. Now press circle. There you go.
Okay.
And the D-pad to switch.
Okay.
Alright. One second. On my part, folks, you can keep talking. I'm just gonna...
Okay, if I recall now, Nick Fury pulled us 4 aside because he's the only 4 he could trust.
Yes, don't get excited, folks. It's Rebel.
And don't get excited, folks. It's a C4 Jolly Rancher Green Apple.
And can you believe it, folks? We don't get paid for this. Not
We
that.
should. But,
Let me do this.
you're doing it for free anyway.
Fairly certain. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we do play for free. We're not doing this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're unfamiliar with how I do videos, it's very laid back. You just chill. I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with the formatting, but I like to explain it to people. You don't come in here, so you don't come in here expecting us to be like experts, professionals, funny, any of that. Okay, it sounds good.
Yep, I just moved them around, so...
Why are you looking at the PC
Yeah, I am.
screen to do that?
That's neat. I've never done that before.
Well, no, you did. I was doing it just to make sure the audio was getting picked up, even though I did check it earlier.
Yeah, like you said, we're not experts, and half the time, whenever I talk about something, it's with the caveat that it's probably from many, many years ago, and I might get details wrong. So.
Oh, and now, why don't you enlighten anyone watching, past, present, or future, what the top 10 list of today will be?
Today's top 10 list is top 10 comic book characters that we would like to either start reading or read more about or know more about. So maybe someone we've heard of or we read a little bit of and we would like to know more about.
Yeah, so if the title seems a little confusing, it's because YouTube does not give me, because I like to be lengthy, verbiage. One of my degrees was in philosophy, where, as you know, you spend a lot of time just writing long sentences of gobbledygook. So
One of my favorite words.
I was trying to
Gobbledygook.
fit in more than, but what we want to know. N-O-K-N-O-W. Yeah. Long-time viewers know I'm putting a dip in. Don't dip, it's bad for your health. I can do it because I'm old.
It is. It is. I actually quit, so.
Well, you know what? I tell the dentist, and they're like, "Oh, your teeth look really good, and your gums."
Hey,
I'm like,
how's
"Really?"
it
And they're
going?
like, "Yeah." I was like, "I dip a lot." And they're like, "Oh."
Yeah. As long as they say you're
Pretty funny you skipped out on your... Oh, I was doing... What was I doing? Dave Mustaine?
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty funny how you skipped out on your friends. Still sure you did the right
Sure, I'm
thing?
sure. I didn't want no part of it to start with. I eventually got roped
No,
into
I guess
shoes
we
to
should
the
talk
side,
about
but I should
Fantastic
have
Four
stuck
or
with my
something.
gut.
And anything else. So you were never really on their side. Even better.
I ain't saying that.
Oh, we're still
Fighting
fighting up
other
the aggressor,
heroes
right?
and old friends.
At this point, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what we're doing.
Forget. That's one of the bad things about.
You really trust that
I
half-blind
wouldn't be
lunatic?
here if I didn't. I know the guy can be a
playing
bit
every
shady,
month.
but his heart's always in the
When you
right
said
place.
talk with the Fantastic Four, you mean the movie coming up?
Yeah, might as well, right? I mean, it's at least within context of what we're...
I think
His heart is what got us into this.
You could look at it that way, I suppose.
I don't know if I'd see it in
But
the
he
theater.
had a
just
lot of
'cause
help.
there's no
And even if
theater
it is his
yet
mess,
that I
at
enjoy
least he's
going
trying to
to
clean
where
it
I
up.
live now.
Anyway, I can't
Although I
chat with you the
still-
whole day. Later.
You check out that one I was telling you about. I might check out Mission Impossible at that dinner theater one. Because I do definitely want to see the ending of that, or the second part of that. But I think I'd get the Fantastic Four shot. Just to see how it is. Plus, I really love
Hey there. What's up?
I miss movie popcorn.
So do you have a secret plan to crack
I got
this?
connections. Or maybe you didn't notice our old
Yeah,
pal, the
I
Tinkerer,
thought about
hanging
going to
around
the
here.
theater just to get some butter popcorn myself. Yeah, there's no way he could be behind it.
I checked him over thoroughly, believe me. He ain't our puppet master. But my money says he can help us figure out who is.
I'm still probably feeling the same way. Any idea what Rogers and Star are up to
Probably
now?
licking their wounds and get ready for round
Feel the same
two.
way about the Fantastic
And
Four
round
movie
three
I did when
and
they
four.
announced it.
Not sure
Not
what it would
interested.
take to get their minds
Because
off
they're
of
doing
Civil
the
War.
same mistake that the Green Lantern movie did. Any idea why they've got tunnel vision? Not that I'm complaining.
Same reason I was.
Which is,
They tell
you don't
themselves
lead
it's for
off
the common
with
good, but it
giant
becomes personal. Then your judgment
beings
shot
from
to
outer
hell,
space.
and you don't have any idea when you should stop. All right, enough with the
You
jaw
keep it
wagging.
more grounded,
Got
you
stuff
keep
to
it
do.
more focused on the... I don't want to say necessarily street level, because Fantastic Four are obviously not street level villains, or heroes.
Oh, didn't was it Mole Man the first? No. Some big ugly monster with the cover. I forget who their first villain was.
Oh, their first villain.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's that giant monster. I think it was
Was that a Mole Man?
a mole man monster.
I know it's a green. I can picture the cover in my head. It's a big giant monster coming out of the ground.
Yeah.
So I would just assume it was Mole Man, but yeah, start off with Mole Man. You can still make the Moloids threatening.
If Roger Corman did it, there's no reason you still can't do it. This Mole Man was in the Roger Corman Fantastic Four.
I've seen that and I forgot.
I think it's actually, in some ways, sadly, the best Doctor Doom.
They're doing it again, Valentine.
Do you want to do? You have to do trivia, huh?
Yeah,
Save it for
we'll
the
make sure we have a save towards the end,
Yeah.
so that no more people. So, we miss that.
But who else? I'm not as well versed on Fantastic Four villains. I know Diablo. Is that a?
Yes, Diablo.
Obviously Doom, Galactus.
What do you want? I'm busy.
Oh, is that the Tinkerer?
Why was that long pause there? Remind me why I'm supposed to trust your wrinkled hide.
Can't. Apart from knowing that your friend Colonel Fury can be very
I'm trying to think.
persuasive.
Medusa
I am at
was
your
an enemy of
disposal
theirs
until
for a
this
while.
mystery is solved.
What's she in Humans
So,
in
in
general?
humans
I
in
guess?
general, I believe, yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Try something, please.
Oh, but then you run into the problem that
threats.
they had that in
The ideal way to motivate a great
I never
mind.
saw it.
there.
I'm pretty sure they
So, just wipe the slate clean.
they're gonna be like,
What
didn't happen.
What didn't even show?
Fever dream.
Job, our
I do like the
plans
Inhumans,
include
though.
Mr. Sinister, Baron Zemo,
Family,
and
the
Dr.
whole
Doom.
concept. Gorgon, Maximus.
Not a weird enough plan for Sinister.
His scientific acumen is matched only by his patient scheming and hunger for world domination. I'd consider him a prime
never really got
candidate
into
for our
these.
puppet master. Enough. You're wasting too much of my
You're
time.
gonna make me turn
Leave.
my phone on. Now I'm curious. You got that thing stuck in my head.
What?
The villain on front of the.
Oh, yeah.
It was Invisible Girl, right? I think her first incarnation. She was Invisible Woman.
Oh, God, I don't even know.
Kind of like it was Marvel Girl, and then
Or
it became
Marvel Girl,
what'd she become?
Phoenix.
Oh, didn't she have like a second one, like Marvel
She did.
Not Girl?
I don't have to
Then she went by Jean Grey, right? She just went by her name. How do you feel about superheroes or supervillains that just go by their name?
Gotta be a heck of a name.
Like Doctor Doom?
Victor Von Doom.
Victor Von Doom. He ain't gotta hide behind no name.
Luke Cage.
Luke Cage.
Well, I guess he's Power Man. But
That's right, he was Power Man, wasn't
most people call him.
he? Yeah, I even knew that.
Luke
It's
Cage,
just
right?
he's been referred to as Luke Cage for so long now that
Yeah,
yeah, he had like the silver,
Iron Fist
almost
comic,
like
yeah.
what is it, like not tiara? Is it
Yeah.
tiara? Like on his forehead and the wristbands or something? Silver bracelets or something. Yeah, all right. Power Man and they were
Iron
Heroes for
Fist,
Hire,
yeah.
right?
Yep.
Let's look this up, folks. Fantastic Four. So yeah, the gist of the video is we're all us, you, sitting on the couch just hanging out.
Yeah.
So we're real laid back. Fantastic
Yep.
Four first villain. You guys this is looking up. It was Mole Man.
Okay.
Yeah. Who I've always thought is kind of a neat character.
Yeah.
Like kind of like going back to my what was it? Weapons list. My henchman from City of Villains.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a henchman,
Yeah.
mastermind class, but he uses like mole people,
Moloid.
moloids. Yeah.
But yeah, I think neither of us are well versed in the FF universe. So
Probably not as much as I should be. I mean,
as
yeah.
far as their villains, as the big ones, just everything goes.
What are we supposed to do? Okay. Where's the briefing station? Oh, hold on. We went in here and we came out the other one, right? So can I just loop around in there, I guess? So we'll just do the briefing station. That's not the briefing station. This is a problem. They make you change like hubs
Yeah.
in video games. You get so used to the other one.
All right, listen up. Tinkerer here has been trying to figure out who might be pulling the strings of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nanite criminals when no one's looking.
Since I had some
Tech.
involvement in the original nanotechnology S.H.I.E.L.D. has converted for their use, I was optimistic that I could puzzle out the situation with the data already available. However, that has not proven to be the case. I have nothing
Yeah,
more
I think
than conjecture at this point.
because we
In
went off
order to
course, back to
determine what's really
Fantastic
happening,
Four movie.
I will need to
They
view the
just should have
networking
gone with something
logs for
more,
S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nanite. Fortunately, their
I guess to
signal
put
is
it
highly encrypted.
instead of like
It could take
cosmic
years
level
to break
threat.
their code and directly access their servers.
But we don't have time for that, obviously. The shorter and quicker routes to physically transmit that data directly from their servers, which we've discovered are located in
Not like
Rikers
Diablo.
Island Penitentiary.
So I think they would have
that's where
should
you're
have
headed.
cast. Honestly, I
Now,
don't like who they
worry.
casted
No
for
trying to
Mr.
bust into that
Fantastic.
place on
What's
your
that
own
guy's
would be
name?
near
He plays.
impossible.
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, he plays like the same
Portal
character in
Stark's
every movie he
negatives
does.
on Prism.
I don't even know
We
if
got
I've seen
information
it.
that Captain America.
I saw him in one with the. You remember the kid that does all the weed in Cabin in the Woods?
We'll take advantage
Yeah.
by having you piggyback on their
The
incursion.
Shaggy-esque
They're
character.
driving toward the portal.
He was like
You
working
follow
in an
their wake and
office,
get that data sent
and
to us.
Pedro
Then we can figure
Pascal
out
was like a
who the hell's
vampire
grabbing control of these
and taking
cycles
over everyone in the
why.
office one by one and stuff. It's like a comedy horror.
Should have their hands full.
It's pretty
I'll
good.
patch you into their comm channel so you won't get any
It's
nasty
the only thing I've
surprises.
seen here.
Now get to the portal room and
X
upload
does
those
that.
network logs.
Circle does something I probably want to use. Squares grab. Okay. Triangles jump. L1's block. That's right, and then you tap. Oh, you have to hold the direction, you just tap block. R1 is heal, I think. L2 is special. When we have the two little things in the bottom right. R2, yeah, you press different things. What is what? Okay.
Attention field personnel. This is Commander Hill. Any superhumans not accompanied by Iron Man will be detained by any means necessary.
For those of you who have not listened or followed, it takes us sometimes a little bit to get back to the group.
And we are playing on hard.
Oh,
Super.
Reminder.
We ran into that problem before where when we came back to the second death. The part 2, we were like, why are we getting our butts kicked? Really bad.
You've chosen Carnage here.
Carnage is loose. It sounds like Dave Mustaine. Mustang? Mustang?
I'll tear
No
your
shit.
face off!
Just fun.
Big rattle.
Field forces, we've got rogue superhumans running loose in the west
Rogue
cell block. Contain them.
Rogue's not in this game.
One of your favorite characters. I mean, I like her original version. Oh, and she's little things like absorbing powers. Even though I guess she went back to that. Right?
Very little.
She gets her powers back in each Marvel.
Oh,
You got off easy.
my primary. Actually, I don't mind Rogue. My favorite version would be the Rita Junior Claremont era. I actually had the issue where she joined the X-Men. Pretty good issue. She becomes,
And honorable mention from the list now that I think about it.
it's Walt Simonson did the art. And she comes to Xavier for help. Because she can't deal with all the voices in her head. The other X-Men, this time Storm was right at the
That means
end
you're
of
the only target Sil's got left on this side.
Storm, Nightcrawler, Colossus, and Squee, and they were.
I'll go back.
They did not want her to join.
Is that when she had the short hair?
Yeah. Because they were like, oh, she's a villain, she did this to Carol, our friend, and all this. And they made a big deal about it, and they were like, if she joins, we're out. And then Xavier gave them the riot act. And, they were like, okay, we'll give it a shot. And that was that. Like that, buddy.
There we go. See, that's what we gotta do.
And actually, Carol shows up in that issue as binary. In fact, when she has a binary power. And casually, it's kind of funny, she casually walks into the mansion while they're all talking. And then the next scene is like, Rose getting knocked out to the roof. Carol just like walks in there and is like, boom. You don't even, I don't even think you see her hit her, you just see the panel of the It was a really good show. Props to Claremont as usual and Walt Simonson, one of my favorite artists. You think we could have opened the bar?
Especially Juggernaut, right? You shouldn't have to rely on Carnage doing his little tendril thing.
Stand down, heroes.
So tell me
You
about
might have felt this
Avalanche. What do
before,
you know about
but I
Avalanche?
can't be sure who you're working for now.
'Cause that's one that'd be an honorable mention for me. I'm going to walk through that door and I'm going to laugh as I do it. You think we're going to hold back? Big mistake.
It won't matter. We're stopping you right here.
One of the
Bring 'em
original,
down.
I always liked this kind
Yeah.
In fact, haven't gotten going on a rabbit hole now. Remember one of my favorite stories, the Brotherhood. Hiding the road. Ambush the X-Men. And their plan, if I can get this correct, they had Avalanche, something like I think they had pyro to the ground or something, and had Avalanche cover block.
Oh, yeah.
Trapped in this, concrete thing over his body. If I remember. Or Avalanche covered him up in the concrete. Empire heated up or something.
Iron Man has secured the negative zone portal. Fall back to the courtyard.
Kitty had the idea to have Rogue absorb Colossus's powers to free him essentially. There's a whole lot more to it story than that. She had to get the Warlock healer there, and she promised to save Caliban and blah blah blah. It was a pretty good issue. It showed, I guess the point of making it a good issue for Rogue is it showed she was willing to go to those extremes to help. I remember specifically Storm made the comment, something like whatever issues she's had in the past, she's earned her place with us. Because of what she did. It was good. Check it out. Better than I'm describing it, but yeah, Avalanche. Anyway, very good power.
The computer with the data we need is in
Last
that orbit chamber.
I
But the
read
area
of
is
him
sealed. You'll have to get the access card from Hill.
after N-Bay, which I don't know if you remember me describing N-Bay as when Scarlet Witch went crazy and said no more mutants, and the mutant population was almost eradicated.
Whether you're with White Star or not, you're breaking the law and will be dealt with accordingly.
I think like Blob became this ghost human with like
Damn it, they're like fish in a barrel.
ice man
Let them
who's being
down.
lots of powers. But then all the
Reinforcements en route. Don't let them break the last force field. Keep them away from the force field generators.
And then last I heard, he was running a bar.
Stay on them.
I mean,
Remember that next time.
I was actually been a fan of the Brotherhood. AKA Freedom Force, right?
Oh, yeah.
Eventually they became Freedom Force. And,
She's going for her chopper.
started working for the government. The whole Mystico, Blob, Pyro, and Destiny.
I think that's where I remember Avalanche most from. Freedom Force.
Fine,
Always
take
like
the key.
that group.
Go help Captain America or whatever you... Waiting to
Next
stop
arcade game.
Yeah.
You're really hung up on this portal thing. We're not even going there.
Don't bother with more lies. Just get out of my face.
Ain't she a sweetheart? Now go get that data.
I guess we're going this way now.
I'm glad he said that because I wasn't really sure, to be honest.
Bringing this with us? I don't know. It's got a glowy thing around it. Oh, yeah. Crap. Oh crap. Yeah. I'm down. Down, huh? What does she do?
Well, if she was British, she'd be better, I know that.
Well, apparently that doesn't do anything. Do I have to... Wait a second. I actually have to spend points on her? Hero details, right? I think that's what we did. Yeah. Okay, she'll be a lot better once we auto-spend. There we go. Alright, that makes sense. She is a new addition to the team.
Right. Everyone else should still be on auto.
Yeah, everyone else should be on auto. Alright, so now what do you do? Okay, that can be helpful. She's got like 3 melee moves, and then she can shoot that. But let's see about bringing... Nope, can't do that. That's not heal. This is heal.
Yeah, so she completely forgot that she's psychic. She has a psychic ability.
Kind of like Mantis, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess not so much in the movies.
Shield level 10
who knows
clearance
what she has?
accepted.
T-Dog was asking me a bit about that.
Teleport scrambling and monitoring disabled.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know, you helped us, your Uncle Heat fun.
Not so fast.
You guys watching cards?
I've got my orders.
No, we were talking about the game. And how you should probably give that game a try. Maybe you can enjoy it. Pedant's a character I know absolutely nothing about and didn't know existed until playing this game.
Oh wait.
Yeah. We actually did a good chunk of damage out of it. It's very spammable.
You taste good.
You're you than me. He is after me for some reason. Okay. Is that it? Did we do it? That's a speedball, though, right?
Yep. I don't think I knew this until we played this game too. That's what he did.
Oh man, they're all
To
loose.
atone for what happened. Oh wait.
Oh, they beat him up. Alright. Who was it Magneto was?
Zorn.
Zorn, right? Was that around this time?
Might have been. That was after I started reading. I think, because I didn't read it.
Zorn.
I think the whole Zorn thing was a retcon like that. I think it was under Morrison. Grant Morrison wrote the X-Men for the Zorn thing. And I think that was not his intent. But I think it was one of those editorial things.
Oh, that he didn't want it to be Magneto?
No, I don't think it was supposed to be Magneto.
Magneto. So we beat him, and then these guys got free, and they just curb stomp him. So that tells you, even when Penance or Speedball tries to look edgy, he's still second rate. I don't know why you're talking like that with him. Isn't he like fairly intelligent? Not like genius level. It's kind of like the Bane thing from that Batman and what was it? Batman Forever.
Yeah, that's one.
Because Batman and Robin was what? Two-Face and Riddler.
However, the truth is much stranger.
Oh, sorry, Diesel Man. I just now looked over at the chat. Dropped a big. Appreciate the thumbs up.
Yeah, thanks.
The network that links their minds has become
I actually need to look over at my computer now to see the chat. I'm not used to that.
A neural net whose intellect
Now, I am not that
time they
observant.
inject another host with the nanites.
The only reason this thing hasn't already spread like wildfire is because S.H.I.E.L.D. lets just a few of them out at a
Well,
time.
hopefully you come back and if you're not in here, come back and watch the video. We're old. Sometimes it takes us. And technology scares us, so well me. You can blame Terminator for that.
Of its collective consciousness.
I personally blame James Cameron for the trauma he caused me with Terminator and Skynet.
Okay, speaking of Terminators, game fact. I won't take credit for this, but there was a topic on a comic forum that I don't think we've ever actually, or maybe the movie board. Not certain if we ever talked about it. Who wins, Predator or Terminator? The 800, T800.
How is that even an argument?
Well, they made both sides. I think. I mean, I read the comments, and
you'll need my help.
It's not like
and I can't
The
send it
Predator.
to the negative zone.
I mean, he's got all those tools,
I expect
and
Cap
he's
Iron Man will still be
not Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's like 8. I don't know how much. Oh, you gotta do the talking now.
Oh shoot. I'm trying to sound like an intelligent person. I guess I can't use my normal voice. I don't want to sound dopey because I don't think Juggernaut's dopey.
No, he's not like they did the Bane.
He's like a Dubro kind of.
Is he?
New Yorker. He's like a New Yorker is how I picture him.
Okay, I thought you were gonna go more like
Ha! No, that's why I call it detailed plan.
There you go. See, we can
This
be
is the
voice
best
acting.
shot we're gonna get to
Ain't
break
nothing
into
to
that
it.
prison. We gotta take it. Otherwise,
You're gonna let me
nobody
start
will be
pressing
sitting
the
on
square
a
button
peanut
for now on,
butter
aren't
that can save
you?
humanity from this thing.
Huh. And I thought everyone was too busy fighting each other.
Quiet. You're supposed to be knocked out.
And then there was Onslaught, right? Wasn't that a Magneto and
That was
Professor Xavier? Like
yes,
their consciousnesses combined or some crap?
What is the deal with that? I think I might get a bunch of stories confused, but I'm gonna try anyway.
I just remember Marvel vs. Capcom.
I think,
or the X-Men arcade games. Maybe
I
that.
think what Magneto did is he took the adamantium out of Wolverine.
I remember that.
I think he finally decided, oh wait, I can do this.
I can do this.
And then I think Xavier was like, alright dude, that's enough. I'm gonna totally, tap you out. And then something happened. I think Legion did something.
Okay, Legion.
No, I think...
Was that Moira's kid or just Xavier?
Xavier's kid.
Just,
I don't think it's Xavier.
I don't know why I was thinking it was Moira. I thought...
because they probably had sex multiple times back when Xavier could.
That's true.
During the portions of his life.
Before Mr. Sinister held Xavier at the top of the stairs, and Xavier said, "Oh shit."
Yeah. I think Legion tried to kill or something, and then I don't know, something happened. Yeah, they got merged.
It's a lot easier getting into
I
this
might
place
have
now.
literally just
I'll
combined
head to the portal control room to make sure this gate's open for us.
Legion's power was what? He had like different powers based upon like person.
Head down there and grab us that pure sample.
You remember the TV series?
He could have made my list, but he didn't. Yeah, I do remember. I remember of the series.
You alone. Ha! I ain't a robot body, old man.
Yeah, and I was kicking
Yeah,
butt back when your
I've never
mama was
seen
wiping
it. It
yours.
just gets worse and worse.
I can
Yeah, I'm
handle
just now
myself.
realizing I say that about a lot of
I'll let you know when I reach the control room.
I
From
just
there,
had
I
my
should be able to
colonoscopy.
help clear your way.
Colonoscopy.
Get going.
Oh, it really wasn't that bad.
And mine was shit.
What the hell?
Oh yeah.
Good, because you need it. Storm, I like you and all. You're my favorite X-Men.
Could use a breather.
I know. I'm down. I'm just what was good with you? Can't remember. I think it was that.
Shall I call down the lightning? I have not the time for useless such as you.
Lab personnel, this is Nanite Control.
Just a reminder again.
We're gonna bring another
That's all I
Nanite
need
agent
again.
online to assist you.
We are playing on hard.
Oh, am I supposed to? Oh, that's you.
I guess. I'm down. It's all you.
Is that looked like one of the back?
It was one of the back ends. I don't know why. Press
right.
in the right thumbstick to see where to go. Oh, should we say it? Well, no. If we say it, it'll just be here.
Someone for nanite injection. Try to stop them before they use up that
Well,
fuel
it's
cell.
not gonna end well.
You got this. Diesel Man's been pretty good commenting and watching videos, so I do appreciate it. And I hope they're helpful for what I have in mind on these videos before. Until I can do some of my other projects. Are you immune to damage when you do that? Or are you immune to that charge?
You're not smoking. You can move. You're not as great. I can throw that back.
Maybe, because there was that thing with the helicopter at the beginning that we did not do, where it was like, you can pick things up and throw them. Kidding me. What was that rush attack? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know if you...
It's a little hard to control.
You're invulnerable during that. I need to get that dang Elgato set up so that we can do the open line. I'm trying to remember who was in that game. Sandman, I don't know that. Dormammu? Doom was one of them. I think Juggernaut was in it. Not playable.
We fight in the dead.
That's in the man. pick up that part and throw it. No. I know, right?
I'm impressed with myself. I'm usually not this. Well, I skilled that. What's the patient? More. I mean, people who watch these videos probably think I'm very bad at games, and I am in some games. But I'm also very good. You just don't see me play the games. I'm good.
That's not true. Our Resident Evil playthroughs, if you go watch our Resident Evil 2 OGs play, he carries me pretty hard. And for some reason, he's got this weird. I'm good at Resident Evil 5 and 6. And no, you're probably you're good at most of it. The world record holder for the Jill Valentine RE3 remake rocket launcher only
light up here. Yep. Everyone must be focused on the main fight.
On Inferno difficulty.
Now, let me see if I can open a path for you. There, got
no.
it. Hurry up and get that sample.
Is there something? Oh, there is something in there. Ah! Oh, there's something. This is one guy. He sees the Juggernaut. He's like, "This is my day. This is my day.
This is Bobby's time to shine.
This is Bobby's day. I'm gonna earn that paycheck." Honestly, you probably just keep doing that. You don't have to worry about them. I don't think they have invulnerability. Oh crap! That little robot was even worse than the big ones.
I mean, I probably deserved that because I was getting too big-headed.
I'm also using it to gauge the time, so when we go over our first list.
It's a lot easier getting
What was
into this
Penance's
place.
ability?
The Nanite labs are a few levels below us. Head down there and grab us that pure
Wouldn't it have been just the same thing?
Here.
He did. The suit does something where the pain causes him.
You're going alone. This isn't an LMV. You're going with Tom Furry. Scruffy.
Yeah.
Doing the voice solid. That's how solid sounds. That is canon, by the way.
I'll let you know when I
purposely
reach the
designed the
control room.
suit to give
From there, I should be able to help clear your way.
What happened?
Now get going.
That was straight from David Fincher Claremont's mouth. That's what Silex sounds like. Oh, the robots are immune to her psychic. I'm just gonna do that right now. Should build that up. And then try and switch the cards. Why are things blowing up?
Back me up over here. Hey, little help here.
I think completing these also gets you health things.
Yeah, yeah.
Try and alright, I'll try and resurrect you here.
Lab personnel, this is Nanite Control. Detain those rogue heroes. We're gonna bring another Nanite agent online to assist.
Gotcha. You're back.
Do this myself.
He's back. Alright, this should go easier. There was one, well, you never lived in the bear, so.
Try to stop them before they use up that pure sample we're after.
No.
Oh yeah.
Was there a song you remember that was lasted like every other bear? When 8 Mile came out. Looters every other barracks room that song was playing.
Alright, I'm in portal control. Security's pretty light up here. Everyone must be focused on the main fight.
So when that movie came out, of course, that was everywhere. And the other thing was, the other big movie that was played in every barracks room was Boondocks.
I don't care if he hasn't been fully prepped. We need Equinox online to defend the lab. Start the procedure.
I missed Marvel Heroes Online for all of our Omega, I think is what they title it.
Yeah, I think I eventually might have
Yeah, you were doing Scarlet. I think the only character I bought was Captain America.
That was a scream.
Stay back. I'm gonna skip the startup protocol and take direct control ASAP. Should have this freak on the
But yeah, they had a huge roster. I mean, Moon Knight was in it, Ghost Rider, Doctor Strange.
Done. Never liked working with heroes anyway. Time to put them on ice.
Oh, that's right.
I'll find you another one.
Yeah. No, not Storm. Alright, you can't hurt me. Charge up. This guy doesn't even have a health bar.
Oh, I think that's evil.
Yeah. Got him. Yeah. He dropped something.
Head to the other side of the labs. You can grab a pure sample there.
Oh, he dropped two things. Oh, it's because we're on the harder difficulty.
Oh.
Right, remember they said that, oh crap, in the red they blew up. I think that got a lot of them. Not all of them. His name was Waller. It's open. Other side. You're coming with us. I'm gonna save you, whatever you are. No! Okay. What time are we at? We are at 49 minutes. Yeah, the camera angle in this is... I mean, in the first game there's some issues with the camera angle, but... seems to be more egregious in this one. I don't remember too much about the third one outside of like a...
I can't disable that thing remotely.
Oh crap!
Find a way around.
Went the wrong way.
See if you can shut it off.
You're looking a bit poorly.
You guys are spoiling me. Use the breathing.
I guess we'll check the other room after we do this. In here. right? Doesn't look like it. We'll run across the hall. Psylocke dead?
Storm
Yep.
is prepared.
Now it's a
Oh,
time.
he's gone for some reason.
Still
Across the hall. That's a skill here. Oh, it's because it's probably a new area. Use the team menu. We have Thor for some reason. Oh, that's right. You said that because on the side we're on during the Civil War, they use like a clone.
That cleared your way. You can head for the sample now.
I referred to as Chlor. That'd be pretty, if I remember, pretty neat scene in the comic. I mean, not when Bill Foster gets killed, it's kind of sad.
You'll have to stop those capes yourself. We can't get another nanite agent online in time.
I ain't invulnerable.
That would be you.
Grab the pure sample from that machine.
Your old weekly butt down here.
Good work, team. You should be clear to head back to the portal. No one's gonna stop you. They're all too busy partying it up in the cell blocks.
Yeah, he's gonna stop us. No, cutscene.
We'll never reach the jail cells at this rate. Are those the conduits we saw in the schematics? Yeah. The only exposed power cables for both
So
the main
we joined
systems
Iron
and
Man's
the
side,
backup.
but we're
Those get cut,
not
and all the cells
fighting
open up,
for Iron Man
including
anymore.
Shield's remote control
That was kind of a
supercriminals.
weakness
You
of
got
this
it.
game.
The released prisoners might give
They
Shield more than
didn't
can
really
handle.
follow the Civil War storyline. They mixed it with the scrolls, I think.
Something. I thought it was their loss. No, they kind of stopped Civil War.
A little too early, right? Because like the first like 20% of the game, you don't pick a side. Hey, Whirlwind. I don't know all those characters. That's Jack only. Spider-Man. I have no idea. Hercules, She-Hulk, Cable. Mr. Fantastic. Who's the flaming guy there? Way Deathstrike, I caught her.
But I'll take it.
Bullseye. Green Goblin. Ooh, I was gonna play, but apparently you have to unlock him by playing the side of Iron Man.
Nanite control. Watch what you're doing to those prisoners. They just...
But I like Carnage more. I do like Green Goblin, though. I think he's good. I think Green Goblin's a better Joker. Well, he gets a lot of comparisons to Joker to Spider-Man to Batman.
I think neither of us have ever been huge Joker.
No, I think the Mark Hamill animated series is probably... Yeah, I mean, Jack Nicholson did a good job, too.
I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind Joker. It's just one of those overused. Like, I hate how in spoilers, Arkham Origins, you know, you think it's
Looks
Black
like Fury
Mask.
was right about your nanite
Joker's
injected
actual
slaves.
villain.
We had it under control until you busted in here and released them.
Gentlemen, I suggest we focus on getting our
Nope,
people
that's
out of
Reed
here
Richards.
alive.
Looking like a doofus.
Jack, this 6 exactly what we were worried about.
I thought you said we could just leave without any issues in the theory. Who is this guy?
Looks like the power surge knocked out the portal.
Yeah, right. We're just leaving you. I mean, I guess it's in character for these.
Take that lift to rendezvous with Cap and Iron Man.
Only half our team should
to them while I try to figure a way to jumpstart that portal.
Juggernaut got the heart of gold.
Carnage has a lot of hearts. Man, I feel bad though looking over. Now that all I see is his Diesel Man's responses. I apologize for not reacting soon. I'm still new at least responding to chat, because normally we don't live stream. I used to live stream a lot, and then NVIDIA took away my ability to do it for whatever reason. Yeah, it's bogus. So NVIDIA, if you're watching or listening, you need to fix that, so I can just press 2 buttons again.
Terribly wrong with an anti-control systems.
On PC. You're just catching on now? Pathetic.
Lose the attitude. At least I didn't duck and cover when the crap hit the fan.
Tony, there's no time to fight about this.
We've
got to work together to get everyone out of here.
Dagger?
You're right. But this portal's offline. We're going to need to fight through the escaped inmates to get power flowing to it again.
It won't be easy. Their
Any
link seems
interest
to make
in
them
Marvel
really
Rivals?
vulnerable.
Nah, it's not really my kind of game.
I'm gonna turn the light on in the bathroom. Since it is getting darker now.
I like the aesthetics of it. That and like the Overwatch, like the characters are neat.
Mm-hmm.
But those types of games.
Did we ever mess around with Team Fortress?
Yeah.
I feel like we did.
Yeah,
It's basically like a Team Fortress style game. Just, I mean, for me, it's the characters. If they add in Moon Knight... Wait, I think Moon Knight's actually in it.
I think so, yeah.
If they add in, like, Ghost Rider, I'll be there.
I mean, that I'm kind of...
Let me educate you, heroes.
I'm kind of surprised, and
There are
I
hordes
like
of them
how
between here and the
they have
house.
some of the characters,
Head
like
to the
Magic
top of the
is
cell
in there.
blocks to reach the power conduits.
So,
Tony and I
they
can
pull
hold this
from
portal
the,
as a rally point.
Kind of a
Send
deep
any
cut.
heroes you run into back here.
Sorry,
Characters
like
I would
said
enjoy
before.
messing around
You and
with.
Fury kept your eyes on the ball,
Not
while
just
the
your
rest of us
normal,
were fighting over
he's
who's
in
right.
like war.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's because it moves copies. To be fair. Like, if they add in Omega Red, man, and Doctor Doom, Dormammu, the Red Dormammu.
Like they have the shark.
Ain't a figure of speech.
I never knew was a thing until
a second. You were right.
I mean, you can keep talking. I'm listening.
We're just lucky you and your team saw this
his name's Jeff. He's some kind of shark, but yeah, they added some pretty cool.
You said you adjust that. Let me do the... What else can I do real quick? No. Decrease that a bit. Decrease that a bit. Decrease that a bit. There you go. That way you can hear our melodious voices. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about that. The shark guy. I never...
Yeah. I didn't even know he was a thing until I
didn't
saw
know anything about the shark.
I had to look it up. And then some of their... a little surprised by some of the pulls for the costumes. Like they got the Sue Storm Malice costume.
Malice, yeah.
Which I thought was neat. So they're definitely just not just...
not phoning it in or trying to... Oh, what is that? Ow. Throw boxes? Okay, this seems vaguely familiar. The other way is blocked off. Well, now we get to see what this guy does. Oh, he's gonna like make them do fire or something.
Power somehow. Be careful out there. Could use the
still down Psylocke, I think. I'm gonna make sure I bust all these crates, because inside the crates are, oh, watch out for those panels, it looks like they actually hurt you.
Red orbs.
I'm gonna save this, because that thing seems to actually do something. You can throw it at him. Looks like he's got a serving tray. Alright, press the button. Oh, they took my orb!
Stark, any idea how we can deal with this power sharing?
Target the ones in orange. They're the high power level superhumans. Beyond that, I have no idea what we're seeing.
Thanks, Tony.
Wait for him to bring him out.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what it feels like.
Aw, I wasn't done with you yet.
I wonder if they're the ones that you threw off. Maybe. No, they just keep moving. No, I think they're the ones that you knocked off. Yeah, this attack, this R2 and triangle with Carnage is your moneymaker because it stuns them and it does aggravated damage, which means they take more damage and they can't block it. You're gonna lose it. Might as well use it.
We need the portal online so we can get our people out of here. These linked powers are no joke. We need the portal online so we can get our people out of here.
I think one of your biggest complaints, if I remember, from Guardians, or the third Marvel Ultimate Alliance, is you're kind of stuck with at the beginning of it, playing playing as the Guardians of the Galaxy, if I remember.
Yeah, that's right.
He's not responding. Get to his location.
Storm, would you like to join us?
No. Have you seen those things?
Yeah. Alright. Alright, that doesn't do anything, so. You just ran through it. I hopped up here.
Okay. Come on, Storm. What's wrong?
Hey, McFly. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where does that go then? Hold on. Help Luke Cage out. Or activate. Oh man, I kind of... It's one of those things, right? Save. We haven't saved them all.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't know where to go because you don't know if you're going to get locked out if you go one direction. I hate that in games. I'm going to assume it's going to want us to backtrack. I'll take it in good faith. Oh, hey, look, it's Grim Reaper. Why are we looking the other way? Use your power. L2. And mash X. And get on, yeah. We don't have Psylocke anymore. Alright, again. And yeah. down a bit. Oh, there he is.
Thanks. Those freaks meant business. I'm gonna go help Cap at the portal.
Oh, you just
Get
saying
the
help
pure
us.
nanite sample they left. Never hurts to have a spare.
You just send Psylocke to go help them.
Alright. What's that? Get a second for yourself. Let's go over here first. Alright. So there's going to be two ways up. Alright. So we'll get a second for your sample. We'll backtrack. And it tells us to go that way. I want to go up here then. I'm going to assume we're going to go up.
They want to add more and more people to their group.
And then back.
They'll kill anyone who stands in
Maybe.
the way. We can't let that happen, Stark. No matter what.
Or not. Maybe it's one of those things where it's like, you press it but you can't use it. Okay.
Oh, did it actually have the button?
Yeah, it activate. I don't know what it wanted us to do, but... Alright, since you're more of the Guardians of the Galaxy fan, who is the worst character in Guardians of the Galaxy?
From the run I primarily read, which is the Agnes landing run, Annihilation Conquest era, the group that came out of that.
Alright, and the movie?
Now the prison bots
And the what?
The movie?
Oh, well, if we're talking the movies, then I would say Mantis, the comic version. Comics, probably Silent Bell. During pretty dark.
Yeah.
She's the one in that new game.
Oh yeah. Cosmic whatever. He is after me.
Field should be down now.
Outright hidden light.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh.
Much longer.
Damn. Wants us to go that way, but we know better.
Oh, we have a revive.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if we should save it. Live dangerously.
This looks like the boss area, doesn't it?
Speaking of Miss Marvel.
Get me out of here! They're
No,
trying
it's
to turn
fine.
me into one of them!
Actually, look at that. Bullseye and Jack.
I can't get out of this thing while it's energized!
Which Bullseye was also in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. If you remember, we fight him in the Iron Fist stage. I think we deal with Kingpin at the end.
Good job getting Firestar out. Send her our way.
Get out of here, Angela.
You'll have to get down to the lower levels.
Man, the video quality on it looks
There's a
poopy.
lift nearby.
But I couldn't set it higher than 480p. But when it sits and finally processes fully, it'll be in a higher thing. Let's see what else there is. Anything else? No. So like it upgrades to like a higher visual quality.
Higher than poopy.
Higher than 480 poopy.
It becomes poopy plus.
Poopy plus.
A few energy cores were displaced earlier. If you move them back to position, Fury should be able to restore power.
Kind of neat that her with Psylocke, she her like psionic daggers or whatever don't hurt robots. It's a nice little touch. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what you can break in this. That's why you want Carnage on your team, because you can do that. I don't know what Venom has. I don't even remember if Venom's like in... Venom was in 1 and 2. I don't know if he's in the 3rd one. I'm assuming we plan on playing through that eventually.
Yes.
Just for completion's sake. 3's not a bad one. We don't want to give off that vibe. I think we had fun with it. Plays Power Force. Ow. Okay. I guess Storm can just push things this large. I guess everyone's got super strength now.
That did it. Energizing the portal now.
Why would Luke Cage, for example, let me ask you this. Why would Luke Cage be holding her like that? He has super strength, right? Why wouldn't he just like lift her up with a finger and just carry her that way instead of walk slowly at her pace and then walk faster because he's carrying her?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I also thought about this. Why is it Galactus can't just step on the Incredible Hulk and make him go splat? I mean, it's not like a trick question. It's like, just because of the size of Galactus, you'd think he'd be able to just literally step on anybody, and it would immediately kill him.
You can only get that on the bottom of his boot. That does remind me, there was a comic, it was like an Elseworlds or Future comic. It wasn't canon. It's fairly recent, but all I remember from it is Thor kills the Hulk by pinning him underwater by putting
Mjolnir on? Yeah. Because Hulk ain't worthy.
Yeah.
He ain't going nowhere. It's like that Ghost Rider comic I brought up a couple times where he defeats the Hulk by literally driving his motorcycle around him and infusing it with hellfire, and it causes him to lose oxygen and knocks him out, right? I just thought, like, Galactus is huge. He should be able to step on him. Oh, that's the bread and butter right there. I got stuck on him there and got a couple free hits on him. Now I run away from my meter charge up, which charges up pretty quick. And I can stun lock it like this. Who is this guy? Why does he get a health bar but the other guys didn't?
These nanites just keep coming. Is there no way to shut them down?
Picked up. I can't pick it up because we're teamed up.
They've changed the network's encryption code, and we designed it
Reduce fire damage 30%. So, if you didn't know, by playing these games, if you play them on a harder couple things. To get all the medals, you need to play both the side of Iron Man, the side of Captain America, and then you get different medals, more powerful medals, the higher the difficulty is. So you want to play this on normal, then you want to bump it up so that you can get all the medals. And Ultimate Alliance 3 ends up going too far in that direction. If you remember, it had to do with the DNA genome stuff.
Oh, yeah.
They just made it way too convoluted for this type of game.
If you enjoy that kind of stuff, that's cool on this. I don't mind a little bit of building of stuff, but
it's possible to have a big system, but you need to make it implemented better. If that makes sense. Why was Psylocke way back here? We are not getting help icon healing item things. Oh, okay. That's weird. Alright, it wants us to go that way. We can only go that way, so.
They're reviving each other somehow. Not good.
no, that's very weird.
Oh, maybe that lift was meant to go down. That makes sense. I'm gonna use this on Grim Reaper. Is that a super villain?
Well, there is a
self-destruct. Kill shell? Yeah, guy?
We can't. Some good people are still on
No, we're bringing him with us. No, Psylocke. Fine, you come with us. I can't pick him up. Well, let me pick him up. Yep, I watched him slowly walk over with it. He's like, oh, I've got some plan for them. Oh, what are you just standing there?
This is Nick Fury to all friendly forces.
Yeah, the weak part of this is the story, the levels. The first game just had so many different variety of levels. Plus, you had that cool pitfall level, right? Yeah, at arcades level.
I'll tear you apart.
Oh, we can bring Juggernaut back if you want. Let's go over here real quick. Nope. I was gonna let us go down there. For some reason we can't. Oh god. Remember that, I think it was a Marvel game that was done like Left 4 Dead? I didn't do that, I did on so. That they were working on?
Yeah, it was like an Avengers game.
It was gonna be an Avengers game. It was set up like Left 4 Dead. Hey, Whirlwind! I was like, I just like his look. It's kind of weird.
If we clear this area, Fury can trigger the destruction and follow us out.
Diamondback's joining in.
I have to pull over that. Probably because now we're fighting who? Hard to locate it. Oh, we defeated Diamondback, no revival. Don't worry, I got war.
Done before tea time.
Oh. Russian Texas. Oh, we're fighting with Captain America and Iron Man. Who we fight? Oh, we gotta fight. Yeah, right. Okay. Maybe. What was doing some attack?
I gotta score some style points for that one.
Especially one of the arcs that is in my top 10 under siege.
Looks like it's back off. Can you trigger the destruct sequence or not?
Close enough. Get through the portal and make sure only the good guys come through.
Yeah, it was Moonstone.
You couldn't tell by looking at her because it did look like Moonstone and Under Siege aren't. She has like this helmet, so more distinguishable.
I'm hoping we get more Marvel games in the future. More Marvel games kind of like this. Or Marvel games like Strange Brigade.
What do you think it means?
Or Marvel games like Vermintide.
Step to one side, Captain. You and your friends here are
But make sure it's a generic Marvel so I can play Ghost Rider.
People need medical attention.
He's probably my favorite superhero in Marvel.
No, Stark. I'm
I mean, I like Punisher, Moon Knight.
The SRA dictates that these unregistered.
I don't really like a lot of A tiers, I guess.
At least until we figure out what just happened. If you have a
Yeah, I guess I think in general in comics, the more popular characters I don't really care for either. Across the board, Wolverine, Batman.
Get the medics down here.
So many lives apparently
Maria
lost,
Hill is always
and yet
scouting.
lost, so that many more lives might be saved. We may not know the true fate of Nicholas Fury, but we do know he showed his willingness to sacrifice himself on behalf of us all. For him, And for the rest of the missing and presumed
True fate of
deceased,
Nick Cage
we
and
ask
Nick
Almighty
Fury.
God to watch over their
True
souls.
fate of Nick Fury is classified.
It's classified. Complete 8 maps in
hand it to
co-op.
Fury.
Oh,
I'm
so
not
we got
sure
4
we
more
ever
maps to
would have
go.
found this place
So we
if
might
you
actually have
hadn't
another
let us
1 or
here.
2 more vids to do.
You're right, but I'm
I
not
didn't
ready
get
to buy
any
that
read
Fury
that.
and the others are dead. Not yet. We found no bodies, detected no explosion. How can we be sure what really happened?
Tony and I have already been over this a dozen times.
I don't like
we
that
can't be
costume
sure.
cap.
Not without a working portal to the negative
The
zone.
pouches,
And that will
it's
take
like-
us weeks to bring online.
We're trying to be Batman.
Great. So in the meantime, it just goes down as a mystery.
Yes, but we do have some evidence of Fury's success. I've been monitoring, and there's still no sign of the nanite collective signals here on Earth. It's a shame that Tinkerer seems to have escaped. I was hoping his research would corroborate my own. Still, I believe I can use this
You're
scanner
Reed
to confirm
Richards,
that
you
the
don't need
nanites
a
haven't...
tinkerer.
Seriously.
Oh no.
What is it?
Nanite control signals. Hundreds. Maybe thousands of them.
Fury failed? We all failed.
You know who else doesn't need the
We
tinker
lost our way.
and knows it? Dr. Doom.
World.
Reed. Take a page out of his book.
We're facing what
Whoa.
looks like a full-scale invasion. Let's meet at the
Yeah, you
briefing
just spoke
station
there.
ASAP.
Alright, let's get the talk out of the way.
Hello, what can I do for you?
Got the band back together, huh? You must be
Of course.
thrilled. Megadeth.
But it's shameful that it took a global threat to bring us back together.
So after this nanite thing is handled, it's back to the war.
Now's not the time to worry about that. We need to stay focused on our main objective.
I don't know if you get something for just picking a neutral stance. So why do you open all the cells, smart
It was
guy?
a calculated risk I took in a desperate moment.
Should have listened to Fury, smart guy. I don't know how this is
Hindsight's
defensive.
a wonderful thing. Regardless, I believe we've all learned something here. Well, I need to get back to business. Talk to
What
you
was
soon.
that South Park thing, Captain Hindsight?
Yeah,
All right, Stark. I've lost contact.
Cthulhu, BP oil spill thing.
Yeah, it
Fury
had
and Friends, yeah. Captain Hindsight.
Crunch Mulberry or something like that. Mulberry Crunch or
Midberry Crunch.
Midberry Crunch. You never played you played Fractured Butthole, right?
Yeah.
Did you play the DLC? Because they reference that part. There's a DLC that references all that.
I played it on your computer,
Hello.
actually.
Oh.
Because I didn't own it, but I played it on your computer back when you had the... In that
room?
Yeah.
Oh, poor baby, suck it up already.
I'm getting there. I never realized what Vance went through during his incarceration until I found myself
I
in that
remember
horrible
mostly
place.
about it was liking
I'm just
the
grateful to
combat
have gotten out
and
alive.
better, because I didn't like that grid-based...
Seen any of my old pals in there?
They kept
Yeah,
us
I'm there
away
with
from
you.
them in different cell blocks.
Not that I
I
think
never even knew they were in
Fractured
there
Butthole's a
until-
bad game. It was still
Yeah.
fun, but preferred the first one myself. More Mario, Super Mario RPG style play. Hear anything about your ex and the other do-gooders?
Nothing.
So have you
It was
figured
hard
out a
enough
punishment
attending
game that you
memorial
got to do
service,
for?
But to not know if Vance has become one of
No.
them.
He ain't better brainwashed than dead.
Are you really sure of that?
I'm trying to think like
'Cause
what
I'm not.
genre
Well,
of game
I have some things I'm supposed to be doing.
you play though.
Talk to you later.
That doesn't narrow the field down. Outside of sports games, I pretty much play most of everything.
Actually, probably stuff like. But it's not. It's not because I wouldn't. I don't like them. I have played them, like stuff like Asian mythology.
Oh, and RTS.
RTS, yeah.
That'd be a rough one for you to do, I'll be honest.
Probably be a genre I could struggle with.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a genre of a game that you don't like. It could just be a game in a genre you do like that you don't like. Kind of like me with Bioshock Infinite.
Like Cold Fear.
That'd be a perfect one. But the only reason I wouldn't suggest it, because I don't want to be that cruel, is I understand it uses mouse and keyboard. You can't use a controller, so. Otherwise, yeah, that would be right up there. Hi there. What are you hearing from outside?
I think they're going to fill us in soon, but just watching the news tells me it's getting bad and fast.
Think they'll hit your precious Stark Tower next?
They might try it, especially if we start sending out strike teams to various hot zones. But if they do, I'll be here to give
We
them
are
a
actually
warm
at the
welcome.
point where we're gonna go over our first top 10 list here.
With everything that's
Seems
going
like the
on,
big
I
shots
don't
for
think
the
anyone's
lava
got that on
board.
their minds. If we can't keep
I
this
missed
thing
that
from
because I was
spreading, the
juggling
SRA
8
won't
things at
matter.
once. So they just threw the law away when it suited them. I'm shocked.
Anyway, if we thought we were in
Alright,
wartime
so I'm gonna
before,
mute the mic. We'll
I
be
get
right
the
back,
feeling
folks.
We haven't seen anything yet. Anyway, nice chatting. Talk to you later.
Armed forces around the globe continue to mobilize to combat the threat. Critical infrastructure in many countries is failing, including power and communication.
This is not a test. Citizens are advised to stay in their homes. Anyone who attempts to enter your home should be considered hostile and extremely dangerous. This is not a test.
I think so. We are back. I am back. Oh. Again, apologies, but I am old. When you reach my age, well, you'll still probably be faster. So. I was slow when I was not old, to be honest. Let's try something weird here. Not working. Kind of working. There we go. Ow, fuck. Palm the ears. There we go. Got hot in here too.
Sorry. You said I'm gonna try something weird. Now I was looking at what I was like, whoa. I think I'm gonna call it a night. You guys don't want to know what's going on. But,
no. There's a reason I don't have the camera on.
Alright, so I got the first list. Again, this is top 10 characters or heroes, or not necessarily heroes, but characters.
Comic characters, yeah.
Comic characters we would either like to know more about,
or read more.
If we haven't read anything, start reading. And this is in no particular order. Those of you who've not listened to any of our videos or seen our videos, check them all out. But sometimes we ramble on, so I'll try to be as entertaining and concise as possible.
No, we won't. It's a lie.
Yeah, won't work, but... Alright, first on my list is one of my... I'm going to say favorite a lot, or a couple times on this, and by favorite I just mean I enjoy them from what I've read. Mr. Terrific in DC. I honestly don't read a lot of DC because I started out with Marvel, so primarily most of the stuff I read is Marvel. Well, indie horror stuff now for the most part, but my knowledge, as it were, is primarily in Marvel. But Mr. Terrific is a DC character I do enjoy reading for his stuff that I have read. I like just the power set. He's super intelligent, good with, gadgets and electronics and all that kind of stuff. He can't be seen by any type of technology, so I don't know, he just seemed like a really cool and neat and interesting character. And well, most of the DC stuff outside of Flash and Green Lantern I've read have been event stuff. But he's always kind of stuck out as someone that I'd like to know more about. Next up is Gorilla Grodd.
Okay, yeah.
That
one I'm a bit more familiar with.
I find the concept of a telepathic talking big gorilla just really neat. I have read quite a bit of Flash in DC. The Mark Waid run, some bit of the newer stuff, as well as some of the not collected event type stuff. But Gorilla Grodd again.
Injustice 2.
I
don't know if you ever played that.
I have not. Is he playable?
Yeah.
Really?
He's one of the characters you can play as. And you play as him through the story. Is in those Mortal Kombat NetherRealm games, you play through them. They pretty much make you play every character, yeah. But there's Gorilla Grodd.
That's pretty neat. Yeah. I'd be willing to play through that if it's interesting.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites, Black Mana.
But yeah, Gorilla Grodd, big telepathic, psychic gorilla. Next on my list, I've read like one issue of this character, and it was something free I picked up on Comixology. Shout out to Comixology if that's still around.
Yeah, alright.
Because I used to read a lot of free stuff. They had some pretty decent free offers on there that I would just read. Atomic Robo. I don't know if you're familiar with Atomic Robo.
No.
I had to look into his backstory because I didn't know much about him. he's like an atomic-powered atomic robot, built by Tesla, and it's just like his adventures, just through because he's fueled by atomic stuff, so he lives for a while. He's a robot, so. And from what I understand, his comic series is just about his adventures, just through his life. I think it might have even started out as like a smaller web comic thing. Are you familiar with 8-Bit Theater?
No.
It sounded familiar, but it's by the same person, I think. But anyway, what interested me about it is the one issue I read. It seemed like a humorous. It was well written. I liked the art was neat, and it slanted towards a bit of a comedic side, so it was kind of funny. But the premise of the issue was, and I don't know any backstory at all, other than that he's one of his nemesis, was someone named Dr. Dinosaur, and he's like a velociraptor type, and I think he's suing him in court. He's suing Atomic Robo. And he like shows up in court, and I think he had like a suit on and like a briefcase, and he's like, it's just so funny. This Dr. Dinosaur guy he was hilarious. I guess I kind of want to read more about him too, but Atomic Robo is pretty funny too. I actually think I'm gonna start looking into buying some of the volumes of that stuff, because the writing was really funny. But Atomic Robo is number 3. Number 4, Elsa Bloodstone. The Bloodstones are a family of monster hunters in Marvel.
Okay, I'm familiar.
And she was playable in Ultimate Alliance 3.
Ultimate Alliance 3, yeah. That's right.
And I actually haven't read much of her. I've read a lot. Well, a lot. I mean, I read Avengers Arena, which was a long story arc about arcade kidnapping, not sidekicks. Well, maybe sidekicks of like heroes. So a bunch of like younger heroes, wards of heroes, and all that. Putting them on an island and making them basically fight each other. It's actually, I liked it. Some people didn't like it, but it was arcade, basically saying, I'm just going to take all the younger heroes, put them on an island, do bad stuff to them. It was pretty good, I thought. But her brother was in that, Colin Bloodstone. So I read quite a bit of him, actually. But Elsa Bloodstone, from what I understand, is her father was Ulysses Bloodstone, and there's some, tragic backstory between family issues, and the whole family was involved in monster hunting. And something about when they were children, the father would like toss them into fighting monsters as like babies or something to prove themselves or something. But just basically a family of monster hunting.
Which I'm familiar. I read one of those Secret Wars, the one by Hickman, was it?
Yeah.
There was a story about her in there.
Okay.
And she met her father and some stuff. The other thing I want to point out is I believe the Bloodstones were also featured in the Marvel short film Man-Thing.
Oh.
I forgot what it was called. It was like in black and white. Let me get the actual thing here for you. What was it called? Man-Thing Marvel movie. Which had the Man-Thing in it as well. No, not the actual 2005 television film. That was bad. Bloodstone Marvel black and white movie. Black-white movie. Why are you not working? It was Werewolf by Night.
Oh, okay.
They were both in that.
Oh,
Man-Thing
really?
and the Bloodstone family, from what I remember, yeah. It was a Disney Plus special. I don't think it was like a full-length movie. But
that's interesting. That makes sense, I guess.
And it was alright. I mean, we watched it back when it came out.
I wouldn't mind checking that out. I heard that Werewolf by Night wasn't that bad. So that's number 4, Elsa Bloodstone. Number 5 is a character I am familiar with from the comic, but I've never actually read the comics. But the game is one of my favorite games, probably in my top 20. Jackie Estacado.
Ah,
from
the Darkness. Okay.
I've
Mad Cow Publishing.
Yep,
Yeah.
Mad Cow. Is it Mad Cow or Top Cow?
Top Cow probably,
Okay.
but I like Mad Cow more.
Yeah. Why not both? Top
Why
Mad
not
Cow.
both? Which is kind of funny. One of those characters also almost made my list. I'm not sure if it was Top Cow. I don't think it was, but I think there may have been a crossover at one point with it. Sorry, go ahead.
It's tip of my tongue. I might want to know what you're talking about. I'll probably get it when you say it, but yeah, The Darkness is one of my favorite games. The first one is one of my top 20, 30 favorite games probably. But never read a Darkness comic, and I know it was created by one of my favorite X-Men artists and artists overall, Mark Silvestri. So I'm kind of surprised I haven't picked up any of those. But obviously I'm very familiar with the character from the game. And I am actually very interested in checking out some of the comics to see if it's of the same quality. As long as it's Mark Silvestri art, I know I'm going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
So. Number 6, Zatanna from DC.
Okay. Yep.
Alright. I can't. I mean, I'm not even like a huge Magic character fan. Like, I enjoy some of the Doctor Strange stuff. I like the character Magic from the New Mutants, but that's more a mutant related thing.
Yeah.
But I would even say there's a difference between Doctor Strange and Zatanna, because Doctor Strange is the Sorcerer Supreme. Zatanna's a magician. But I just think it's a really cool power set, and you know, from what I've read, what I've read of her is in the Justice League. I haven't read any of her solo stuff, but you know, she can be a member of the Justice League and hold her own. I'd be interested in seeing, you know, how she's written as a solo character. But I like the concept of a character, you know, being a superhero and hanging out, you know, on the Justice League. One comic in particular stands out to me. I think they're fighting Amazo.
Okay.
The DC guy that copies the powers.
Copies, yeah.
He's an android, right? Or something, but he copies the powers and...
Yeah, I always thought he was pretty neat.
Yeah, agreed. At one point, he's busting up the Justice League, you know, which is usually, well, I think what happens is until they figure out some clever way to beat him. He did something to Zatanna. He used I think he used her power to close her mouth, because her whole thing is with doing the spells.
Say it backwards.
Say it backwards. So she started like coughing blood out of her nose. So, and I don't know if her powers have ever worked this way, but she wrote the spell down backwards in her blood. And I thought that was so cool. So number 6 is Zatanna. Number 7, Usagi Yojimbo.
Okay.
And this is just, I didn't pull this character. A couple of them I had to look up to pull for this list. This one just came to me.
Had his own standalone video game too.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it any good?
I never played it, but it was like a side-scrolling, simple. I think it was NES.
Yeah. Just I know I've known of him. Classic character. Samurai Rabbit from the. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Edo.
Yeah, Edo
era.
Edo.
Just something a character I thought that I should get into, or at least give a shot. Part of the anthropomorphic.
Yeah, anthropomorphic.
Characters, you know, I'm a huge fan of the Turtles, so obviously with the Japanese, you know, animal type connection thing there.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was like on the Spectrum and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. The Commodore 64. That's what it was.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had one of those people. If you don't know what the Commodore 64 is, look it up. Yeah, just a character I found neat that I thought I should, give a shot. I know it's a classic comic book character. One of the classic indie characters, so. Number 8 is the one I'd ask you about because I kind of thought it might be cheating, but Alpha Flight.
Okay.
I do own some Alpha Flight comics, a little bit here and there, no complete arc or solid run. And I'm aware of all the primary characters, and a lot of the stuff I read from them is X-Men related because I grew up reading X-Men and stuff, blah blah blah. With the whole connection, Wolverine and all that. So, just the whole group, the group as a whole, I find just the power sets, everything fascinating. Not so much Guardian, and later Guardian Mac Hudson, and then he eventually dies, and his wife Heather Hudson takes over as Vindicator. It's a powered suit. That's not necessarily entertaining in itself, but you have like Shaman, the magic user,
Sasquatch, Puck.
Puck, the little pint-sized powerhouse Puck, Aurora, North Star, the brother and sister, who can travel fast. I think Aurora might have some light manipulation energy powers, and they're interesting in themselves because I know. I think Aurora had some multiple personality type things going on with her, just character-wise. I think North Star was the first openly gay Marvel superhero. So they had some interesting stuff going on outside of their lives. I also, for some reason, I remember North Star was like a champion skier. And I remember there was an issue where he was outed as being North Star, and then people were upset. They're like, how do we know you didn't cheat? Which is a legitimate question.
It is a valid point. Yeah.
I don't know why I remember that. I also think that had something to do with the Purple Man's daughter. I have that issue. That's one of the random Alpha Flight issues I have. But just them being brother sister, I imagine there's probably some good stories you could with their backstories and their powers and whatnot. Snowbird.
Oh, it's very Snowbird.
Snowbird.
She turned like an owl.
She could change into. I had to look this up because I wanted to get it right because I remembered a little bit of it. She could change to any native Canadian animal. It sounds funny, but I kind of find the restrictions fascinating. And there was something about like she couldn't leave Canada. Like if she left Canada, she would weaken.
Okay. Like
her power is imbued by some like Canadian mysticism type thing. I thought it was pretty neat. like, hey, we got this important mission we gotta go to. All right, let's go. It's outside of Canada. Snowbird.
We gotta take down Thanos. He's got the Infinity Gauntlet. Snowbird's like, I'll join. They're like, yeah, about that. Why don't you just wait here? Just wait.
But also, like I remember, not to take too long with this, but like if she, because this happened in the X-Men comic with Wendigo, where Wolverine and Nightcrawler went up to help Alpha Flight with Wendigo up in Canada, where she changed into an animal. If she changes into an animal and stays that way too long, she gets more like that animal. Yeah. And like I remember that issue. I think Wolverine beaten down Wendigo. But Alpha Flight, I would like to read more of Alpha Flight. Just based off their character list. Number 8 is Nightwing. I've spoken to you before how I prefer the Dick Grayson Batman.
Yeah.
More than the Bruce Wayne Batman. That's a Batman I actually found interesting and would love to read more about because he was not sure of himself. He would say stuff to Alfred like, the cape made him feel off, and the first thing he did when he quit being Robin is he got rid of the cape. Just, it was so fascinating to me just to read the mindset of someone that was not Bruce Wayne being Batman and how that went about. Like how you remember in the Black Mirror comic that I had you read where Gordon's son knew it wasn't Bruce because he was smiling. I love stuff like that. And I would have, and they never would have done it, but I would love it if DC kept Grayson as Batman.
And I think that ties in really well with a couple of things, right? Like, it ties into the whole, sometimes a lot families, their fathers want their kids to follow in their footsteps.
Right.
Right? But it doesn't, the shoes don't fit. So they kind of have to find shoes that do fit. And it also plays in the fact that without Bruce Wayne being Batman first, Nightwing taking the mantle of Batman probably would have been less interesting because he's such a diametrically opposed individual as a person, right? But what's interesting is they both have the same roots. They both lost their parents, and that's kind of like the main drive. But how they go about doing it, it shows, the mentality that goes behind, their mental states, and how it affects them as not just the superhero that they are, but the person that they live as.
And I'm including, real quick, including outside of the Batman stuff, because I actually own a volume of one of his newer Nightwing runs. I just really want to get more, because I enjoyed the run. It was a really fun read. And I'd like to get into more Dick Grayson stuff in general. It doesn't have to be Batman. It could be his Nightwing stuff too. And the last one is kind of weird, and I don't know if I could find more stuff on this. I was aware of this character. It's not someone I had to look up because I'm aware of this character from one screenshot I saw one time on GameFAQs. And I remember, this is back when I had an account, I actually had to ask where that was from. I was like, that's really cool. And the picture was just a picture of a cat saying one word, and it was lying. And there's a character in an indie comic called Saga. I don't know if you've heard of an indie comic called Saga. It's one of the most well-known.
It does sound familiar, but
supposedly really, really good. And I really need to get into it eventually. One of the better recent runs of indie comics. If I remember correctly, it's basically I don't know where it is now, but it started out like a Romeo-Juliet type thing. Two different races run off, they're in love, and that's all I remember about the initial setup. I'm sure there's more to it than that. Someone please correct me. But there's a bounty hunter in there, and his sidekick is a cat. A tiger-sized cat. I forget exactly what kind of cat it is. You can look up pictures, you'll know. And he can tell when people are lying. And then he would just say lying. So like if I sat here and we're talking and I'm like, yeah, I ate, I don't know, off the top of my head, I ate 50 hamburgers and I didn't eat, the cat would just say lying. And I guess his name is Lying Cat. And I've seen a couple panels and read some pages of stuff where he interacts with other characters, other people. So even though that's just the one word he says, I think there are stories and stuff I can look into that might have this cat. I just find the cat fascinating. It's a tiger-sized house cat. Not like Loco, it's one of the hairless...
like a sphinx?
I'll just pull up a picture real fast. That hangs out with this bounty hunter. Yeah, and if someone is lying or not telling the truth, they'll just say lying. But I'm actually interested to know, and hopefully there is more story-wise going on with this cat. That might even be the picture, picture I first saw.
Looks like something, what's his name, from The Watchmen would have. Ozymandias, yeah.
Like there's the scale, him with the bounty hunter.
Oh, okay.
The bounty hunter
so, that's
something and the cat knows it's a lie, he's lying. The Lying Cat from Saga. And I guess by extension I just mean like I really need to get into Saga. So which I'm actually going to add to my book folder in my phone of stuff that I need to pick up. Also, I'm going to have to remind you about another one I just added to there, but I'll tell you later. That's my list.
The only one I'm kind of surprised about is Usagi. Right? I think that was what, Dark Horse?
I think so too.
Because that was I think he was a crossover with Turtles.
Yeah, I think they did. I don't know if that came after or. A rabbit Ronin. It's a Ronin. There's a difference between a Ronin and a samurai?
Yeah, a Ronin's a masterless samurai. Usually not a good place to be.
Yeah, Dark Horse Comics, Thoughts and Images, Fantastic Mirage Studios. Oh, IDW. I knew it was part of IDW at some point. So. Still going on. Well, 219 issues as of December 2016.
Oh.
Written and drawn by one person, Stan Sakai. Oh, anyway, that's my list real quick. Mr. Terrific, Girly Grodd, Atomic Robo, Elsa Bloodstone, Jackie Estacado, The Darkness, Zatanna, Isagi Yojimbo, The Collective, Alpha Flight, Nightwing, and Lion Cat.
The only one I got any grudge against is, I'm sure you know which.
Usagi? No, you're saying.
I take umbrage with.
Umbrage with.
Meaning, I thumb my nose.
No.
It is Alpha Flight.
Oh.
God dang Canadians. Canada. No, I'm perfectly fine with Canadians. It's a long-running joke.
Yeah.
That started many years ago. I was just like, let me pick someone I don't like. It's kind of like what I did in high school, and I was like, what was it? I was like, what can I do to mess with people? And people were like, oh, what's your favorite animal? For whatever reason it came up in high school, I said penguins. And then that joke followed me throughout my adult years to where every year family and friends would get me penguin shit. And I would be like, haha, that's funny. And then by like year 35 of my life, I was like, stop giving me penguin shit. It was a joke. The other thing was Vans. I went on a kick in high school. I'm like, Vans are the greatest thing ever, man. And I just got enough people to believe it.
Yeah, I'm guilty of the penguin thing too.
But the Darkness is a good one to bring up. That was part of the, Witchblade and all that stuff. I do need to send you some stuff about Scion and that crazy crap that went on down with that. What was that company called? Genforge or something? Anyways. That's when Lil Jon, he took me to some convention, and they were there for the first year. That was around the time they were doing the, was it Image? With, McFarlane, with, what was it, Youngblood and Wildcats and all that? Yeah. It was another one of those, right? It was shortly after Image started forming, and all the other comic artists were like, we can do it too. They couldn't do it. At least not to the same success. And even still, look where everyone's at. I mean, Todd McFarlane makes toys. No shade to Todd McFarlane, right? He's done some good stuff.
I actually think Jim Lee is in charge of DC Comics right now.
It is for as large as it seems like it is a very small field. I don't know. We haven't really seen another individual or group of people try and do an Image again, have we? They try and form a company themselves, create a universe. CrossGen, that was the name of the publishing company for things like Scion and all that.
In the span of just a few hours, the world has
I swapped out one item, by the way. It was like 10% extra damage. I swapped it out with 14% evasion chance for all damage. So.
I think we're rolling pretty good.
Just because I think 10% extra damage probably isn't going to amount to that much, really. There is a medal that I guess we could equip that gives us an extra fusion. Instead of doing 2, we can do 3, but again, with how it recharges. If anything, maybe you just want to bump stuff up that allows that to recharge quicker and then just spam it. Probably be the easy roll. Oh, I think we are close to the end, if if I remember. A lot closer than I thought. It was Wakanda.
Your knowledge of the Nanite Collective makes you the best team to send into this combat zone. Do whatever it takes to help Black Panther defeat.
Which means, if we don't go back to the beginning at the end of Wakanda, I will keep one of the saves available so then we can go through the quiz. So I'll keep one save in the back pocket. And that is the camera, not knowing what to do.
Stop the artillery.
Why aren't those breaking? Okay. Oh, these guys are nanites? Maybe I should equip that then.
Or is there
hold up.
I think for nanites?
Yeah, plus 30% damage. So we already got 20% for melee damage, 20% to melee attacks. Plus 30% damage against nanite-infected foes. Give it a try. Eggs is 70% then. 20, 20, 30. Why aren't these boxes breaking?
You will never take Wakanda and beat us.
That's how I stop fun.
At least we got the Wakandan guards open. Yeah, the biggest villain in this game is very much the camera. Never had it.
Thank you, heroes. Your help is most welcome. The nanites are spreading. The escaped inmates have infected hordes of mercenaries. And now they have come for us. We must stop them.
Why was I thinking scrolls were in this for some reason?
The cannons are our primary target.
So our military's great.
We've been forced to resort to guerrilla tactics to keep the enemy off balance. I assure you, you'd be dealing with much worse were it not for us. Come, they have more artillery ahead. I will open the security fields for you. They have another cannon near here. We must find it.
I want to see what's behind this one. Yeah. Yeah, she can take care of herself. Oh, no, that was just another. Yeah, see?
I cannot cannot risk opening the gate until the nearby cannon is destroyed.
Okay, that just leads back, alright.
She's like, where are you going? I told you where to
She started
go.
charging and we ran away. It was all part of the plan.
Excellent. We should ascend the mountain.
Well, they really didn't put too many people in here, did they? Pick up a focus upgrade. Alright. At some point it's gonna matter.
I'm not a good judge if like they're taking extra damage or not.
Yeah, right. It's a little bit more difficult to gauge that in this game than it was in the first.
But I'm sure you'll be able to open it.
Why don't you tell us how to open it? This one goes here.
Sometimes the old ways
Maybe
are
this
not the
one right
best.
here.
At least when it comes to security systems.
I mean, it's your thing. Oh.
Alright. Oh.
They are using
Puzzle!
their
Look at that.
powers to shield the cannons. Stop them!
I'm just reminded of we were talking about BioShock recently.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I was going to tell you a small anecdote about something I read. I was reading something about Ken Levine.
Mm-hmm. Ken Levine.
His new game coming out. I forget what it's called. I'm sure I'll check it out when it comes out. Because I enjoy BioShock stuff, but I just thought it was kind of funny, but it made sense. Something out, he didn't want this new game to be like a corridor. A linear corridor game. And you mentioned like BioShock. Something of that. Give me some slack! Yeah. And the guy writes the freaking, I don't know, first to write an article said, isn't that kind of the point of the first BioShock? That it was linear because you're being told to go in a specific direction?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that's right.
But I don't, I also disagree with this stance. I don't think the BioShock, well, at least BioShock 1 and 2 are really that linear. Compared to, say, something like Doom or BioShock Infinite.
Yeah.
I'd agree BioShock Infinite's pretty linear, but in BioShock 1 and 2, there is a bit of...
This gate must remain secure while
Yeah,
the cannons still fire.
Yeah.
I just like the way the author framed it. They're like,
Come on! I gotta score some style points for that one!
Yeah, wouldn't you cut? Wouldn't you?
Let us go on to defend the city.
That's a good point, though. Fear you play your own games?
what I think he was maybe getting at was he wanted more open world, probably. I don't want to keep it. He doesn't need it.
Havoc? Alexander, what are you doing
Hey,
here?
oh, Havoc. I forgot you were here. What am I doing today?
I wonder if that counts as mana. Oh, we can't hurt him when he's doing that.
Stay away from the pillars!
Right, we weren't even near it. Of course you say what.
I really like the juxtaposition of his brother being the greatest X-Men leader. You know, hardcore X-Men for life. But Havoc for the most part.
King Controller needs your help.
Show with hilarious.
I will secure Havoc,
There's
then
like-
follow you to the city.
Yeah.
Go!
In New Mexico. Archaeologist, I think. And I know he's led teams since he was head of X Factor during Peter David's pretty famous run.
I'm Gabriel Peters, not Peter Gabriel. Yeah, superhero families usually do pretty well with a lot of the adding as like forbs.
Plus the fact that they don't hurt each other, they actually beat each other.
Now shut your up.
Whoa, where am I? Frogs! Everywhere, frogs! Parking fire.
I wasn't done with you yet. Back me up over here. That was a scream. Cut me some slack.
Why are you destroying our markets? Got red stuff in it.
I'm red, it's red in me. Now, there is some metals I can equip that reduce damage. I don't know how much. Like 50% damage reduction, I think. But
You said we're like what, 70%?
Yeah, we should have 70% on our attack damage. So. I've always been more the type of gamer that prefers strong offense. If you make it dead, then you don't have to worry about getting hit. Is this another push? Yeah. Plug it in, plug it in.
There is another tower to repair nearby.
Did that hurt?
Remember that for next time.
Look at us going strong now, huh?
You have aided us greatly, heroes.
We have info on the Wakandan Royal Guard.
Activate one last tower.
My favorite Marvel character.
I shall open the way for you.
I mean, you didn't have to stop.
Come along. We must travel down to the marketplace.
She's like, stick. We don't use those in Wakanda. We just drop down. We just have the pathway for visitors. Yeah, we're backtracking. You gonna do it again? No? I am. See? See?
The last tower is just ahead.
Okay. I guess I put that in place in time.
I guess that makes sense. Put it up.
Just like the movie.
We must travel to the border. It remains undefended.
Oh crap. We used the wrong button. And I'm stuck in a weird moving thing. Oh, you're Carnage now for some reason. Open the Juggernaut. There you go. So you get another health thing. You gonna open it? Oh, you opened it. Okay, I thought we had.
No, I didn't do it.
Oh.
I just didn't. I was looking to see if it was moving.
I need a move.
Not
the cart.
Some poor Wakandan is down below there. Just minding their own business.
Oh, what's his name? No. A-bomb. Maybe it's Abomination? I thought it was someone different. It's not a very good Abomination bomb. No. Why are you after me?
What took you so long? Hey, I ain't invulnerable.
You just kick it out.
Could use a breather.
You justice? Alright, I'll take your word for it. Oh crap. Let her do the work.
I'm not feeling well.
Nope. I'm down. I think the square button does the throwy thingies. So if you just keep doing that and running away, you have this.
No,
run! And there I was, getting all cocky. I think we should at least have full health. And see how Storm will be back. That's true, we were down one. Yeah, I am not who I want to be.
I ain't invulnerable. I'm dying here.
Stop dying.
Stop dying, you cowards. Or stop exploding. Now Zach ran again.
Zach ran again. Yeah. Oh, is Carnage dead? How did Carnage die? Well, Storm flies, so if I can stay up in the air. He can't hit me. Oh, you're down. Alright, I gotta recharge. Press L2. And yeah, I guess you can do that. That works. Let me heal you. Let me just keep doing this. Yeah, you can't really really do much if you're flying. Justice. Oh, the more you cash.
They let him take his own. But you're superhero, justice.
Yeah, I don't like the roster in this one as much as the others, but it's still a fun game to play.
Our homes are safe. I shall post guards with these two while we go secure their palace.
Your help in the city is much appreciated, but the palace defenses are still offline. I must ask for your help once again. Use the lift to reach the palace grounds.
Where are you at this whole time?
In a ship.
It's your city.
In Contra Rogue Corps.
There are 2 towers in the palace defense network. Restore them, and I will open the way to the palace.
Tell Black Panther to simplify his city defense network.
You're spy! It's what's for dinner!
Yeah. I mean, if Tony's got Jarvis, why can't Black Panther have something?
Now that's how I spell fun!
Bad thing about the AI companions is they don't like to be in the spots you really want them to be to maximize their
You guys are spoiling me!
You should head up here. The first tower is just ahead.
try and do that because I'm trying to. Sometimes you get like a life thing pop.
Good news is we're not really missing
Come on! I gotta score some sound
true.
points for that one!
Why? Well, that's individual.
You must still restore the power core to the defense tower.
That guy's bugging out over here.
Live a little! Okay, very little.
Very good. There is but one more tower to activate.
At least these guys are. Yeah, they're going down easier because usually the little spiny thing I do here doesn't do much damage.
The final power core must still be placed into their large tower.
Let's mess around with this real quick. Nah, never mind. I don't want to risk it.
What were you gonna do?
Maybe swap it out with something that does an increase in energy, like building up things.
Take that lift to reach the palace.
Yeah, we should be able to beat this tonight then, because for some reason it says only, you know, we did 4 of 8, but I feel like we've done them all co-op. We're going back? I don't want to go back. Okay, they're making us go this way, even though the other way would have been perfectly fine to go. Oh, we have to press these.
It appears we are safe, thanks to you.
Well, what was the other way then? Can we go back down? I don't think so.
Priority 1 distress call from Stark Tower to all friendly forces. We are under attack. Invading force is comprised of nanite-controlled criminals as well as
Okay, Black Panther, that seems very convoluted. And we missed, see if there's anything over there. That was my bad. Probably was. What do we care about what's going on at Stark Tower?
Wakanda wouldn't.
We're in
Like,
Wakanda.
good luck.
Good luck.
Please join me inside.
Oh, it doesn't want me to go that far.
Trying to contact our allies. Panther calling Stark Tower. She-Hulk, do you read?
Fury should have known he'd turn up again.
Hard to keep a good man down, huh? But you already knew that, didn't you?
Wait a minute, something's different about you.
Got that right. I'm better than I could have ever imagined I'd be. I'm in the fold now.
The Fold? You freaks made up a name for yourselves now, isn't
Once
that
everyone's in the fold,
Made up.
we won't need the name anymore. Or language, or countries, or laws, or jails. You'll appreciate that last one, I bet.
Ooh, big.
So I get freedom, but you take my mind? No thanks.
You really think we're giving you a choice? One way or another, you're coming into the fold. But if you join willingly, it'll go a lot smoother.
Yeah, if it's all the same, I'll go for rough.
It ain't all the same,
I changed his
but we
voice.
can deal with
He's a
either
robot.
scenario.
Carnage
Let
is a
me
robot.
show you what I mean.
No, look, Black Panther's here. So it's we don't need Psylocke. And they broke it through.
No! My own people taken! This is so too far!
God, why does it hurt?
Goblin!
I'm over here.
Nice trip.
Yeah, they... I think we just... No, let's go read.
How's that dirt taste? Your spine is what's for dinner.
Oh, here he is. Yeah, we're supposed to go after the goblin. Remember he lands. Oh crap! I'm down.
Venom as well? How many souls will Fury run?
Nice try.
I think we're getting in that quiet mode.
Yeah. What? Lots going on, and I'm just spamming that and hope that does something. Rolling and rolling. Well, she doesn't roll, she's kind of on the side. Maybe that was awesome. That doesn't help me. Yeah. So, pick storm and then just fly in the air and spam this ice thing. Realize though you have to land on the ground eventually. Recharge it. But then you can just dance around like this until it does. Black Panther's not doing a damn thing. I'm doing this to try to... I think we got rid of Goblin. We got Venom there. Again. In the first game? Yeah, they don't. Or in the third game. Third game's actually got pretty decent enemy draw. Good job. That was all you. kind of full. It was a bit messy, but we got it. And every time you fight a boss, I think you get a special medal if you don't revive, but easier said than done. No, I'm sure there's a way to do it. Probably some kind of special combination of medals you can use to make it easier.
Many of our closest friends and allies remain unaccounted for. We have they've been taken into the fold.
It's no coincidence either. The Fold's primary targets are clearly superhumans. And thanks to the acquisition of Fury and his decades of intel, they've been able to make serious inroads
China
into
Force.
the Collective's power base. Fortunately, Fury's knowledge of Wakanda isn't comprehensive, which is why we've been using Black Panther's palace
I
as
know
our
the
temporary
Soviet
base of
super
operations.
soldiers.
Fold forces were unable to retrieve Venom and Green Goblin after you defeated them.
Back when
Using the pure
was the
nanite
Soviet
samples
Union.
your team obtained from Prison 42, we've been able to cure these two criminals of their infection.
Venom
We have Omega Red.
a strong desire to help us stop the Fold. They're not the
Ursa
most
Major was on
trustworthy
the
of
team.
allies.
Does he turn into a bear? That's what it was, yeah. I remember that. It was pretty neat. I like that idea.
Infecting entire populations at a time. It's becoming obvious we can't win a war of attrition against them. Their network seems to be the key. If we could only find a way to disrupt it.
I've read them in the X-Men Avengers 4-issue limited series. It's pretty good.
Our best minds are working hard to devise a
And
strategy.
with Magneto trying to get some of his old tech, and he didn't want it to be
We'll let you
misused,
know if
and then the
and when we
Avengers
come up with anything solid.
were like, oh, Magneto's getting his old tech. Yeah.
My home
Yeah.
is yours, friends. Everything here is at your disposal. Let us meet at the briefing
I'm gonna go over
station when
my
you're
list
ready
here
to
just
act.
because I don't know how close to the end we are. So, let's pick up everything.
We don't have time for these games.
Hello, my
Talk to
friend.
you.
What
Hello,
can
my
I do
friend.
for
What can I do for you? You sure the Fold won't be dropping
Please
in?
be sure. Thanks to your timely intervention. Now that we know how the Fold operates,
Hello, me. Meet the
we can
real
prevent it.
name. I'm Master's way of life. So how are you gonna take down the Fold?
Our people have been hard at work on that very subject. I'm sure Dr. Pym could tell you more.
We should not be able to hear him with his mouth covered like that. She'd be like,
So what happened to the Cape Station in Stark Tower?
But most did not.
It reminds me of that superhero spoof movie. Kevin Hart was in the room with the kid that was Drake Bell. I don't. That was long after my time, so I think my nephews are more familiar with him, or our nephews. But he played like the main character. It was a spoof on like Spider-Man and superhero movies. And he's like, "Oh, I see. You've got like an oxygen breathing mask under there." He's just like, and he realizes he doesn't. He starts suffocating. You've got an easy way to take off the suit because the zippers aren't visible. He's trying to take it off. And so every time Kevin Hart says something different, he starts realizing, oh crap, I didn't put it in the suit. Never seen so many capes get chewed up.
The Fold's abilities are formidable, and they continue to grow every day. I will have to bid you goodbye for now.
Who are you? Oh, Mr. Fantastic. And that will probably look better than anything they try to do in the new Fantastic Four movie, because stretchy powers, really hard to pull off without looking ridiculous. At least in a live-action movie. You figure out how to solve what you
Hank and I have been
started.
studying the tech recovered after we liberated Wakanda City. It's given us some
Hope y'all are
insight
doing
into
well,
how
by the
the
way.
Fold's
Having a good
network
day. If not, let
configuration
us
is
know.
evolving.
And we'll just jam out, Have a good time. And happy Easter. Is that what you say? Happy Easter? They don't really have like a specific thing.
Not with Easter.
Extravagant Easter. 2 E's. I think that stretchy brain of yours can solve this. Can he stretch his brain? Can he stretch? His internal organs have to stretch, right? So if he stretches his... Can he stretch Has he ever stretched like his face and skull out just like that? He's had to have. And does that affect his brain? Right?
That's a good question.
Does that make him dumber too?
Physiology gets stretched out.
You know?
That's not even probably the proper term.
I'm cautiously optimistic. If we can
If
find a weak link in their security,
That would be
we
great.
have a chance to destroy the
Reminded
fold
me
in
of a
one fell swoop.
Great comic scene. I think I told you about it.
So what's it like being part of High
There's
Mind?
no
you think?
way to
But
really
I'll mention
know.
it again where,
Based on the conversation with Nick
listeners
Fury,
can hear it.
I'd say their own personalities are
Stark had
intact,
Stark
but their
did something
desires
where
have
he
all
gained
been converted
intelligence.
into those of the group mind.
And he decided he was going to share his intelligence with like
The threat of remote control execution on there either.
everyone.
I doubt they have any use for the shutdown signal.
He
Their
was
memories
being
are
called
completely
out
compliant.
about it because it was one of those
I only
things
wish
where you
we
gain
could send that
powers
signal
and
through
then
their
you start,
network.
you know,
It would end this conflict in the
and
blink
like,
of an eye.
Be careful,
Well,
slippery
I
slope.
need to get
all
back
this,
to work.
blah, blah, blah.
Goodbye.
So he decided he was going to like share his intelligence with everyone. And then Reed made a comment like, I think I killed Dumber.
Hi. I'm pretty busy
It
right
is
now,
what
but
it said.
I guess I can chat for a moment.
He's like, started like, there, I've given
Heard you and Stretch are working overtime to find the full soft spots.
I've given you all my intelligence or something. And then Reed's like,
We're doing our best. They're extending their influence much faster than we would have ever envisioned. What does any virus want?
I was never a big fan
As
of
far and
Tony
wide as
Stark being
possible.
like a super
We
genius.
do best to think of the Fold that way.
Because
The
he's
bottom
already
line is
got
we don't have much
one of the
time.
most ultimate
We project
superpowers,
all
which
metahumans
is
could
money.
be absorbed within 3 weeks. The rest of the population would fall
Yeah.
several months later.
I mean, it's okay to be.
Come on, your powers inflate numbers too.
I don't have time to try to convince you. Now,
Yeah.
if you'll excuse me.
Kind of then takes away from other characters, you know, whenever. Like, he's a super genius. It's like, yeah, but what does that mean? Why did that say on air 2 of 12? Weird.
What do you want?
Pretty sure you should be in jail, pal.
Sure, I will be once this is all over, but for now, you need my help against the Fold.
I'm supposed to believe you're thrilled to be helping out.
As long as you keep me away from that spider freak, yes.
This is my Carnage voice, just so people know.
How'd it feel to be under
The
full
things you
control?
really believe
I ever
you
asked that.
want, realizing they're not yours, and yet
Can't
not being able to do anything about it. Finding yourself pursuing someone else's goals, it was quietly terrifying.
Still wish I'd cured someone less crazy.
If it's any
Coming from
consolation,
Carnage.
I'll be fighting to free them from that hell as hard as any of you. I've had enough of this chit-chat. Goodbye.
Oh. 11% to avoid it. Evade, avoiding all damage done. Here's this, Bishop.
How's it going?
How's it going? Says nothing.
Think you're still on track to dodge a concentration camp
I don't
in
know
the
what to
future?
think anymore. But if the Fold takes over, the future I knew will look almost appealing in some ways.
Appealing probably isn't the word you're looking for, Bishop. Oh, I'm looking forward to hearing this.
In my world, mutants were oppressed like you wouldn't believe. But at least we had our free will. The spark that kept us going. The belief that one day we'd get the chance to rise up.
Nothing. Again, just long nothingness.
They took Stark Tower down in a matter of minutes. Are you
It's a
really
good
safe
question.
here?
They know we're here, but seems like right now they have other fish to fry.
Until we pop on their radar again.
Yeah, you may be right. Let's hope that involves
Yeah, I don't know
taking
what's
them down
optimal.
so fast
Like,
they don't have time
just
to
go
counterattack.
all in on
Okay,
one,
I've
or-
gotta run. Take care.
Oh, that's how you get the aggressive. Probably focus on one.
I mean, at this point,
Really
it's
one.
real late to
Yeah,
do
at this point.
Yeah. All right, let me jump into this. Again, this is the only place on YouTube or the internet where you get twice the value. You get 2 top 10 lists. That's 20
Yeah, I'm just gonna do some cardio.
for the price of 1 top 10 list. All right, so this isn't just a top 10 list video. This is 2 top 10 list videos. No better value. My top 10 comic character I'd want to know more and read more about. In no particular order. Number 1, Ambush Bug.
Oh.
DC?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, DC.
I know absolutely nothing about Ambush Bug. I think he plays by fourth wall breaking rules. If I remember, I think that's kind of like his power set. Never read anything. And you'll notice, at least with a couple of these, they share a common element. I can't really go off more than that, because that's about as much as I know about him. I know his name, I've seen his character design, and I'm just like, okay. Number 2, one I'm a bit more familiar with, kind of similar, the Tick. Spoon! Arthur. His superpower, I know, is the more epic the battle is, or the more life-threatening, the more powerful it becomes. So he's literally unbeatable. And he's kind of a joke character. There's humor to it, but with that humor, there comes, from what I've heard and what I've seen in some of the cartoons and live-action shows, is some deep thinking, some thoughts, some interesting conversations to be had. So I'm interested in checking out the Tick. Number 3, again, I know absolutely really nothing about this character other than how it looks. Flaming Carrot. He's a guy with a carrot head, and is it like on fire or something? I can't remember.
No idea.
And that's about it.
Aware of the character.
That's it.
Never read anything, but
so I don't know. Not much more I can tell you. I'm just interested mostly because the characters look odd. That's kind of the core, or the crux of this list, is they're interesting looking characters I know absolutely nothing about, so I'd like to learn more. And they're usually ones that do look far more interesting than what you'd consider your normal characters. So. Number 4 is one I am also more familiar with. It's because if I could have a power set, it would be the power set that this character has. Many people are going to be familiar with this character, but it's tied to an actor who didn't really do the job too well. No shade, the actor can act. It's just they kind of changed the character from what he was like in the comics. I'm vaguely familiar with him in the comics, and that's The Mask. In the comics, it isn't actually just one person, and it's like 3 or 4 from what I remember, because I have read a couple of the comics.
A lot darker too.
And it is much darker, like dark humor. And the power set is, again, one of my favorites of all time. It's basically you get to be Roger Rabbit and live by cartoon logic. The Mask being Loki, or tied to Loki in some way, shape, or form, and
I never knew that.
Yeah. Whenever you put on the mask, it allows you to turn into that which you aren't as a person. It fills in that holes and increases your power a billion-fold, but the weakness, of course, is whenever you're not wearing the mask, you're just a basic person. I do have a collection of the mask that I bought a while back. Just volume 1 to get into it, to see if I'm going to enjoy it. So I'm looking forward to that, because I do like the idea behind it. Wacky cartoon, but kind of brutal and R-rated.
That power set works like as a mask. That makes sense now. It's masking your
true. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
I know it was Stanley Ipkiss was the first, and then I think it was his girlfriend to avenge his death. And then I think it was a cop. Can't remember the names of the other 2 characters. So.
And then Jamie Kennedy.
And then Jamie Kennedy, who... I mean, I like some of the Jamie Kennedy stuff. The Hungover Games is hilarious. You haven't seen the Hungover Games, right? Oh, we watched it recently, but I might force him to watch it again. Anyways, back number 5. I am a big fan of things like The Phantom, The Shadow, those early comics before superheroes were actually a thing. Comic strips. I like characters that aren't Batman, who don't have powers, but have power sets that they try to make work. Or characters that have powers that don't directly are impacting in a combat situation. And that brings me to the question.
Mm-hmm.
Right? All I know is you might be familiar with the Question. He was in the Justice League animated series, I think, which I haven't watched those. I was a Batman the animated series, and then by the time the Justice League stuff started kicking in, that was kind of a little bit after my time with that. But he's like a detective, I think, like a super detective.
I've read very little about
He doesn't have a
it,
face. You might recognize him from that series. I think he was in a relationship with the Huntress, and he was voiced by, what's his name? Jeffrey Combs from Reanimator.
Yeah.
That one movie with the Frighteners.
There's
Also
another-
did voice acting in the sequel.
There's another question to Renee Montoya. I don't know if they're related somehow.
If they're somehow.
I mean, same deal. The no face thing. I think. But I'm not 100% sure.
Number 6 is a villain, Diablo, from Marvel. What I know about Diablo is he's a Fantastic Four villain. I've read maybe 2 or 3 comics with him in it, but I've always been a big fan of like alchemy and the idea of alchemy. And his whole shtick is he's an alchemist, like a medieval alchemist that has prolonged his life and uses alchemy to do evil shenanigans. So a lesser Doctor Doom in that regard, but I know enough about Doctor Doom that I'd always love to read more Doctor Doom, but Diablo is one I feel is underrepresented, especially as a Fantastic Four villain, which I voiced. I think Pedro Pascal was a terrible casting choice for Mr. Fantastic. He should have been casted as Diablo. I think he fit better there for the character. Number 7, which was in my top 10 powers that I think are cool with the X-Men, Multiple Man. I've read stuff with Multiple Man in it, but never anything extensively, never followed along too much, but yeah, his power set's cool. I really don't know too much of like his character as a person, so I'm kind of looking forward to that. The only other thing I really remember Multiple Man for is during the Infinity War, which is when Magus created like evil alternate versions of superheroes, and the Multiple Man version had like gnarly teeth and kind of looked like Greed from Full Metal Alchemist when he'd do the ultimate shield thing or whatever it's called.
I know I told you part of his power is when one of his clones dies.
He retains all the...
Like when they sent that one into the future to figure out what was going on.
Probably would have been better in the X-Men Future Past movie, huh? Instead of sending Wolverine back.
But there's an interesting question about, his clones and not their human rights, but are they
sentient or
they're sentient. We know they're sentient.
Okay.
They act like him. The phrasing is escaping me, but I think you might be understanding what I'm getting at. They're are they people?
Are they their own people?
Yeah,
or their own individual personalities and or souls or essences?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Number 8 is Orphan, which I put Gen X down because that's the only place I remember seeing him. And again, I just know his design looks cool. I don't even remember what his powers are. I think it's something like merging with tech to use power boosts or something.
Gen X?
Gen X. Generation X. I guess I could be looking at this stuff to... But again, like we always say, all our stuff is unedited, unscripted, and completely unprofessional. We're looking this up now. At least I thought his name was Orphan.
Is it Orphan Maker?
Maybe it's Orphan Maker. Yeah, that sounds right. Orphan Maker, Generation X. Let me check that. Orphan Maker. Yeah, it's gonna be Orphan Maker. Powers. I guess he was actually a X Factor villain first.
I thought he had something to do with. He hung out with someone named Nanny, right?
According to this, yes. Nanny and Orphan Maker.
I thought he had something to do with. There's a period in the X-Men comics where Storm was turned into a little girl. I think it was tied into that time when the X-Men were in the Outback. I might even have a couple of issues if that's the same person.
It says is mutant with an unknown but potentially world-ending power.
Oh.
Everyone aware of how it works is afraid of what will happen if his X gene becomes active, including Professor X, Nanny, and Mr. Sinister. He wears a battlesuit that gives him certain abilities but also suppresses his natural ones.
Oh.
If any of his body spends too much time outside the armor will no longer be able to contain it. So, I remember the design of him looked pretty cool in the one I saw. He had like weird tentacle head things and
there's much more to him than
yeah, he kind of looked like that.
Oh wow!
His shape changes from what I remember based on like different armor pieces that he has to replace.
Yeah, that's a lot more than I've been aware of. If that is indeed
something like that.
The same character, which I think it is.
I think that's around the Generation X era.
So I think they actually debuted in that X-Men story I was thinking of, where Storm got him and Nanny.
It looks like it because well, no, I don't know if that's correct or not. No, that issue looks older.
I think that's around the same era.
Around the same era.
Outback era, maybe.
This is the one I was thinking of. Right, this is how he looked when I first saw him.
Oh, that's entirely different. Am I probably the same character?
It is. Yeah. It's Orphan Maker.
Okay.
He had this weird look on the cover. It was a Generation X. I think it was Generation X1. Has Chamber and Skin.
Chamber.
And a couple others on there.
And Skin, yeah. I'm aware of it.
Skin. Like a worse Mr. Fantastic. Let's see. So he was my number 8. I always thought his design looked cool in that Generation X picture. Always wanted to know more. Number 9. I know a bit about him already, but I really haven't read a lot. And that's Omega Red. Most of it comes from the video games, the cartoon. I've read maybe 6 comics with him in it. I know it kind of gets a bit silly in the later stuff, but I'd like to read some of the earlier introductions of him. Just a big fan of his character. In similar vein of Sabretooth. Mm-hmm. And number 10 is Black Tom. I like his whole, uses the shillelagh or whatever, and has plant-based powers. Again, it's kind of like Havoc, when we were talking about Havoc and Cyclops, the relationship to him being related to Banshee. And I'm a lot more interested in seeing his relationships to people rather than reading a comic about his combat exploits or him facing off. I want to see his interaction with like Juggernaut, because I know they teamed up for a little bit, and his interactions with Banshee and whatnot. So some obscure, like I said, Ambush Bug, Flaming Carrot, the Question probably would fall under that, Orphan Maker. Diablo, you know what, I'd say Diablo is probably pretty obscure at this point.
Yeah,
definitely. But
none that I've read anything. I'm like probably Omega Red, and we probably read about the same amount of issues.
But Avalanche was one, when we were talking, I'd say it was like an honorable mention. Darkness was a good pick. I didn't even think about that because I have read a couple Darkness, some Witchblade, because I think they were shared universe. But Evil Eddie or Evil Ernie, sorry, excuse me, it was Evil Ernie was another one. That was a different publisher, but I think there was a crossover at one point with like Evil Ernie and maybe the Darkness, but I can't. I'm going off faulty memory here, folks. I could look it up, but again, that's not how we do things around here. We do this as if most of the time we do this. Let me catch myself. Because we did look up Orphan Maker, but most of the time we try to go purely off memory to kind of simulate those old days when, you know, back when we were hanging out, you couldn't go on your phone. You couldn't go on the computer and look this stuff up. So, that's,
some of you are not old enough to know there was a time when you could not look up things on your phone.
Or even your computer, really. Like, I mean, the computer, you might have some chat rooms, you might have some sites for businesses, but it's not like you had Wikipedia at the time.
Couldn't use the phone either. You have to,
you know, Marvel fandom, all these fandoms, all these guides for video games or anything. You really had to scour. But yeah, the top 10 comic character I'd like to know and read more about. So, like I said, only place on the internet, in YouTube, you will find twice the value in a top 10 list. We gave you both of our top 10 comic characters we want to know more about or read about. Let us know in the comments some of yours. Maybe there's some we know about. And I mean, there's tons more we could have added to the lists, right? But we, again, we don't try to overdo it with the thinking. We don't try to script it out or anything, because we try to make it as natural as possible. Looks like if we need to come back here, we can. Plus, it looks like this is the end game, right? Because this is our save from. This says 2019, but since this says 2024, which means it's a year behind, that was probably in 2018. So it's been about 7 years. So we'll come back to this, or maybe, depending upon where we end, we might do the quiz in another live stream video. It's like a final goodbye to Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2.
And one of the final bosses in Wakanda.
Report to the briefing station. It is, yeah. And you folks at home will be sorely disappointed with who the final boss is. Okay, that's not it. Report to the briefing station. Where is the briefing station? It's in here. Then why don't you let us go in here? That can't be the briefing station. That is probably the quiz. Oh, what's this? Oh, we probably should do that. Now we're stuck with this. You expect these heroes to trust you after you ate one of their SHIELD agents?
I didn't have control over my actions, which isn't to say I feel bad about them.
I'm with you on that.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun.
How do you like being under full
Let's just
control?
say it's good to be back down to just 2 voices in my head.
I still don't trust you.
If you want someone on your side with a grudge against the foe,
I am really listening to this. This is where I'm at in my life.
I'll never complain about my fellow X-Men again.
Why was it having us?
Analysis of full technology retrieved after the liberation of Wakanda has revealed details about the collective and how it's spreading. We are now aware of massive repeater towers being erected at secret locations around the globe at an astonishing rate.
Yeah, I think this is the final. I think we fight at the top of that. Of one of those, at least. Not all of those.
So trying to destroy the towers would be an inefficient use of our time and resources.
However, we might still have an ace in the hole. Our nanite stasis signal should still function if we could only broadcast it on their
It just might work.
It
so
might
we're
work.
gonna send you four in to test that.
Infiltrate this enemy base and send the shutdown signal. All members of the Fold would be paralyzed, allowing us to round them up and cure them of the nanite infection.
Oh, but I could also add what was his name? Deadman?
Oh yeah, Boston Brain.
Completely overtaken by the collective. However, this may be our only shot at defeating the Fold. If we fail here,
there's actually a character I came across recently that would have been my honorable mention. 6-gun gorilla. And I promise I don't have a gorilla thing, but
is it DC?
Gun, no, it's an independent.
Oh, independent.
From like the
Okay,
30s.
Oh.
It was a gorilla who was captured and sold to someone out in the West. And the guy raised the gorilla, treated it well, like family. And then he was killed for some reason. And the gorilla was trained enough to operate a handgun and went out shooting with guns.
Now that's how I start.
And there were recently some new gun work. Past 10, 15 years, I think. Kind of like that.
Remember that for next time.
Does he use 6 guns? Like, does he have 6 arms, or is he
No, I think
just a
it's
regular gorilla?
It's a revolver.
Oh. Okay, that makes some sense. More sense than I was thinking. Like a 6-armed gorilla would be terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, a 2-armed gorilla would be pretty terrifying, but...
Team, this is Hank Pym. Those amplifiers allow them to teleport in. Recommend destroying as many of them as you can.
Oh, what's up there? Right here? Feels like there should be some up here, but...
I ain't invulnerable. Cut me some slack.
No crap. Oh no, now I'm hurt.
Hardly worth the effort.
This is finished. I command the very weapons.
Oh.
I'm not feeling well.
Oh crap. I healed the wrong person.
This is no time for a kid.
It's okay. That's alright, I can fly around with Storm and avoid all damage apparently. So flyers are the way to go.
You should have checked the forecast.
Yeah, the lightning attack when you're flying is really good because it As long as you keep mashing X, it does
using a lot
stuff.
of their teleportation tech here too. They must have adapted it from the negative node portal design.
Except on that guy, he's apparently mean. Yeah, I think they were.
You can revive her.
Did it right this time.
It's a party. You got one.
Yeah, but when in doubt, you just double jump a storm to fly, and then just do the X smash button. This special power.
How's that?
I don't know why I jumped. Look, people that we don't really care about. I guess, no, I don't get why they do that. Because they have such a huge roster of characters they can pull from.
Any seriously would be better than generic soldier number 800.
Use a breather.
You should have checked the port.
Probably a waste, but we got some trees involved. So. And I'm just trying to get the damn thing. Because they don't seem to be dropping health like they used to. Wait, can we break these? Yeah, so we should be able to see this over
Little help here.
You get points, okay?
give you some health as much as I can.
Shut you up.
Yeah, the camera is not our friend. Okay. Yeah, unless it deviated from the Civil War arc, the game just gets less interesting.
What's that noise? Long-range proximity warning. We made this company before long disappeared. Defensive sectors, everyone!
Probably wait and then go. Yeah, that's probably Alright, Stop. Stop.
Out of my way.
If you block the side vents, I believe the central port will be forced open.
Retreat from the nanite, please. Oh, mash square. They were just like, let him have it. Oh, Spider-Woman and Wonder Man. Or Wonder Bread. This is not the Wonder Man you're looking for.
Looks like you got their attention. I'd say try not to hurt them, but there's no time for subtlety. Take them down.
In here.
Alright, Storm. Do more than just stand there. While blocking regenerates small percent of HP. I'm kind of curious. How much are we talking here? We might be able to game that. We'll switch it for Hercules real quick to see. Where is it? Unblocking. Yeah, look. Why is it giving me all of them now? Just giving us all. All blocking, there we go. Now let's see how.
I wonder if you have to be hit. Oh, nope, I see it's flashing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you have to get hit. We'll go give it a try. We can always switch it out. Not quite sure, but push comes to shove, we just restart here.
not a shadow.
Is it moving up at all? Alright. Not worth it.
I almost wonder if it's like a random chance, you know? Like, oh, you have a small chance it might happen.
Yeah. Stun team plus 10% damage. Run 5% faster. Run 12% faster. Oh, we got none of these. None of these. Status effect. Special combat, I guess. No. Resistance, powers. I wonder if that might not be more beneficial. We'll give it a try. See if that helps. So instead of 70, we get 50%, which is about what we've been rolling with most of the game anyways. So.
Out of my way!
I figure if the enemies are hitting harder, oh, they got the teleport then. I don't know what that 18 means. Popped up on the screen. I think those might be comments. And I'm only going to assume they're very positive comments. Oh, thank you for commenting.
Yeah.
Reminder, we are playing this on PS4. I lazily hooked up this mic in my defense. Because technology scares me.
And I watched
You watched me do it. If you're interested in playing this game, well, good luck, because I don't think you can buy it anymore. Unless you get, like, a hard copy. Shield.
Romantic connection here. At one point in a comic, not sure what comic. You guys are not people.
Little help.
Try and get it before this. Just Juggernaut and Carnage now.
That guy. On your side.
I figure we roll with this, and then we'll keep the health, because I think it carries over to the checkpoints, right? And then they'll just respawn with us. Where am I putting this? Here. Wait, look. I'm above the ground because I jumped up on this. Now I'm stuck floating.
We are under attack. They're throwing everything they have at us. You need to go!
Oh, I'm invincible. Yep, you can't hit me. The L2 thing and get it on her. That'd be huge. Oh no, I didn't think it through because I was invincible up there. Oh, we gotta respawn. Oh, wait, I'm still up in the sky. I just glitched the game out. No, now I'm on the ground. Probably because of pets.
Sure, take the easy way out.
The main path is still blocked? Damn it.
Okay, we have to go to the other one, do the same thing, fight someone different. I get it. Also, let us know in the comments, who is it you... There you go. Go up to it and jump. Just like jump and push into it while you're jumping. You just have to jump once. Oh, maybe it's a Carnage thing. I don't know. But I've given Carnage the ability to fly, apparently. Oh no! How do I get down? Crap. This did not work in our favor. Just keep going. Try and pull me if you can. Crap, you know what that means? Square.
Of course.
Alright, he'll catch up. There he goes.
Stop! Back me up over here.
Oh, this is Colossus. I got Colossus and just...
Let's go crazy.
Alright, we can still do this. It's hard to hit him like this, but... Actually, he's just standing there and not me. But do something to him because he's metal.
It reminds me of one of the... I guess it's Second Coming or Messiah Complex. The one where Bastion sends a bunch of Sentinels. Topia. But anyway, Colossus' arm gets broken. Like crack. Like the metal gets broken and busted.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to... Gnarly is
old-time word. From back in the days of the Wild West. I'm trying to get you some help. I'm not floating anymore. I don't know what caused that. But there you go. There's a bit of a glitch that you can do if you're having problems. Yeah, just mash, do the R2 and X, and then just keep mashing it. We glitched this out. I don't think they recognize Karn as like a threat anymore. Maybe they think he's caught like in the air. Actually.
Secondary venom.
Now I'm curious though about that. Let me check on my phone. Oh, I should probably pause that real quick. Let's see, is there comments in here? No, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that 18 meant. Still got my boy, Diesel Man. Only 2 comments I see. Square. And then just evade and run. Again, why aren't we getting... Guys throwing bombs. That ain't cool.
You guys are spoiling me. Hurry! Get him out of here!
I know we're close to the end because Wakanda's the last level.
What a waste! You should have accepted Fury's gracious offer when you had the chance.
And you should have stayed in bed this morning. We all make mistakes, huh?
We know what you're plotting. It won't work.
It's weird. They gave him lines sometimes, and then other times they didn't. Alright. Press land and press L2. And then that guy. Might give us free... allows sure. What is going on? allow me to do that. Crap, I can bring back Alright, done for. Yeah, Storm's pretty good in this. I think she was pretty good in the first one as well. I believe I have, but
Rogue went off to a swing with some wind, having those character building moments. Or willingly let her take the power.
I'm dying here.
And that's when Ford showed up.
oh damn. You do. Oh, I'm down. Again.
Back me up over here.
And that's when Ford showed up with the military. And they had meant to shoot Rogue with Ford had made some kind of gun that shoot powers. But no.
Of course.
Try and do that, but no. Doing better. Oh, you gotta do it at a certain point. That's what.
You guys are spoiling me.
Please, I need support.
I'm dying here.
No, oh, that's different.
Use some help.
Oh, they're taking our energy away when they hit us. Okay. Well, let's see where the checkpoint is. We might have to call it. And that should leave enough for the next time to wrap it up. We'll give it one more go. Or a couple more. It doesn't have to be one more. I might switch someone out to get a better super. This doesn't work because Storms is good for clearing out big groups. Oh, they do stop.
Your hive mind is no match for a free man.
Circles might need to Juggernaut. Let's go to the left real quick. Get this. Try and target this guy here. This is the big guy that drains those. I think that's what it is. Those big guys that show up to shoot things, drain our meter, and then we are relying pretty heavily on our.
You're spine. It's what's for dinner.
You need to recharge. Okay, we'll keep going then. I thought we were going to get stuck.
Still going, right?
Yeah. It's just the screen quality went down for one reason or another. So Apologies about that, folks. I am limited by the PS4's capabilities for streaming. Because I don't have this on Steam. I know it was sold on Steam, but... got 1 point. It got delisted. There's no good. No dice. Hey, Mom. No dice.
Very well. You could have selected the painless option. Instead, you chose this.
Oh god, no. I don't remember this part of it at all.
Hurry! Send the signal! We cannot hold out much longer!
Doesn't pick up. Oh, you have to press a button. And thank you to all the viewers. Whether you're subscribed or not, we'll never ask you to subscribe. We will never ask you to like or comment. You're free to do so, but you can like him if you want. I wouldn't recommend it. She has like a little spin full dance thing. Okay, this is what I remember is like the finale, I think. And an elevator.
Balls just lying around.
Hey, I ain't invulnerable. I'm dying here.
Balls or something. I just toss them down there.
No, I think you're supposed to, hit that guy. Either with the floaty balls or what you're doing with the lightning. Yep.
your will in order? Cut me some slack!
Never in doubt.
Nope, there goes, oh no. There goes Psylocke. Just keep doing it. I'm just hoping we get to a checkpoint. This should count as a checkpoint. Jack. We got 2. Probably didn't waste that, especially since all we had to do is hit him, but...
The upload is starting again. Hold your position. We cannot let anyone stop the signal this time. What are you waiting for? Send out the save the signal! Use the control console!
Press the wrong button. What do we have to do? Maybe defend it? Yeah, they seem to be focused on you too, so I guess we'll find out if you have it all out. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the end. I remember it being at the top of the tower, but I thought we fought like a... I almost spoil it, in case it is coming up.
Something's channeling strange energy signatures back through the network, urging your vicinity.
Yeah, folks, this is what we get as the last boss. The entire Marvel Universe. It's over, Fury. You're alone. You can't possibly.
Oh, I'm not alone.
You get this, Nick Fury.
You have an unlimited.
Robo Fury.
Robo Fury. An entire universe of cool characters. And they went with...
Classified.
Yours for good. In another minute, we'll all be so clear.
This is what I remember. All of you.
Oh, right. Who is that? Justice? Oh. Arms back.
Use a breather. Got me some slack.
I need assistance. I need assistance.
Okay, this definitely is a lot harder on hard. Yeah, this is gonna go down easy. This is gonna require a couple tries. And maybe some metal changes, I guess. We can try.
For some reason, Havoc is shooting women.
Oh crap. I even picked up that health drop. We'll try this, because we can't melee him like you can the normal guys. We can't.
Right.
Let's see. Defensive. Impact to all physical. You just want to percentage deflect projectile. 14, 21%, 28% deflect projectiles. Okay. We could try that too. This isn't worth resistances. Here we go. Is there a resist all? There we go. There's that. We don't have to worry about physical damage. Last damage type. Kind of switches it up at one point. But I'll keep that in mind. Was it status effect? No. So that's what, 10, 30%? Strike, no. Damn it, why am I forgetting where it's at? Maybe we should have done some of those missions. That was what? Counter tactics or defensive? Defensive. It's elemental is what we need. It wasn't cold. Fusion. Try it.
It'll all be so clear.
All right then.
At least it's more reliable. Okay. This part's easy. There's a health. Oh my god, I barely even tickled him. I mean, as long as we're getting health and stuff back. And we have 2 free health things now.
You damn throwbacks are like bacteria compared to us.
Oh, great. No. Alright, so the trick here is to switch to elemental damage resistance, because he really likes that. Oh, he's building up. Right, his bishop. He didn't take any damage from that. How do we block it?
How many times did we warn you?
Oh, that's an instant. They're back.
Of course. I need assistance.
I ain't invulnerable.
I'm not feeling well.
Damn. Use a breather. You have no idea what you're doing.
Oh, you actually block. Okay, you block. You have to block in front of him. It's like a puzzle.
You can't stop us. You're wasting your time. You're like a Remus compared to us.
I don't know what we're supposed to
prepared.
I guess we just wait. Got Steven block.
Cut me some slack.
We'll get him on the next try. Now that we know how things work. Yeah.
Multitudes.
This is when we need to start blocking, I think.
You damn throwbacks are like bacteria compared to us. In here.
Please, I need support.
This part wasn't too bad from what oh crap. Never mind, I died. This is a block.
You really think the world's better off the way we found it? Now it's a party.
Here you go.
It's inevitable. Even you can see that.
I don't know what we do here. I think. Okay, getting them to run into each other.
You're wasting your time. You're like amoebas compared to us. Cut me some slack. in here. Use the breather. Now do you see the power you're trying to fight?
Get him. Almost dead. Just have him. Oh no, he's doing something different. You gotta block that.
We've lost our patience with you.
It's all on you to lose. If you just hold it down. Well, I mean, you gotta be wherever he's at. You don't. Damn it. That's alright. We're close. He had almost no health left.
In another minute, you'll all be so clear. I contain multitudes.
Please, I need support.
Can't go on much longer.
Storm's bad. If we can keep Juggernaut alive, I can kind of... Juggernaut.
Cut me some slack. We offered you everything.
I don't
Can
even
you
know
see
if,
that?
if being in the air is hitting them things like that.
The lightning bolt should, I think it tracks. As long as he's not moving. If he's moving, then good luck.
I ain't invulnerable.
Psylocke might be best down there.
You really think the world's better off the way we found it?
I need assistance.
You're trying to destroy our second-enchanted paradise.
Please, I need support.
Sorry we're quiet, we're just really focused on this right now.
You can't stop us. You're wasting your time. It's inevitable. Even you can see that. I'm dying here.
Oh, bull. Is this the bishop thing? Good.
We've lost our patience with you.
I need assistance.
Who are you to say we're in the wrong? Cut me some slack. You really thought you walked in here and take down the whole shebang? I ain't invulnerable.
Ooh. Hey, Legendary Alliance. Wow, I got a bunch of trophies. Look at that. Woohoo! Josh shows up on the...
We got
I have
all
no
the
idea what's going
trophies.
on with that box there, folks. It's not lasting that... There we go, it went away. Just so you know, those are just trophies. We got all the trophies.
Yeah, all right, Stretch. I can make it.
So, did he do this on purpose?
Classified.
Or is that like their Neonite Nick Fury? I don't know. Again, it's two stories they mashed together into one. Yeah. We'll get into the Ryan's rating review system after this. We'll let it play out.
How does it look like I'm feeling? Could be a lot worse, all things considered. Everyone else who was infected is pretty much recovered, but the stuff that Tinker put in you was 10 times. Yeah, I know. But believe me, I know. Listen, guys, about all this, well, I just wanted to,
You can stop there, Nick. There's plenty of blame to go around, on all sides.
Plenty of cleaning up yet to do.
Oh yeah, Good Old Games also gives away free games periodically. Like I just got Metro 2033 again. There's another reason I like them. Even if they're games I don't really have any interest in, they just give them away. About like 12 games they've given over the years. 11.
And so, with the global battle against the Fold now won, thanks in large part to the combined efforts of the world's superheroes, Congress this week voted to amend the Superhuman Registration Act. The updated act allows superheroes to voluntarily register for training without revealing their secret identities to the government or being pressed into mandatory police service. Tony Stark, fresh from accepting his new position as commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., spoke earlier today at the Capitol building regarding the agency's new attitude towards superheroes.
It's too easy to think of superheroes as weapons. Something to be deployed like an arm of the military. But now, I understand better than I ever have that that's not what they are. They're people. We heroes can work together, and in order to protect this world, we must. But from now on, our alliance will be forged in trust, not in fear or force. Because no threat can stand against us when we choose to act as one.
Alright, so you might have noticed that Storm and Juggernaut got swapped out with Magneto for some reason. I'm sure there was supposed to be 4 people there, and it looks like there's actually 4 shadows, but that could just be me. Alright, folks, that's Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. I'm just going to jump into it, since this was a long one. I mean, it's probably about as long... Well, it's a little longer than what we normally play, I think. We usually go about 3 hours, so 4 hours for the live streams. It is 10:03. Oh, so not too bad. Wow. All things considered. So I'll jump into it. Ryan's rating system. Oh, it's just bringing us back to this. Ryan's rating review system. Oh, more of these you can conquer it on legendary difficulty. Ah, so I don't know if that's hard or not. You can replay any map and similar discovery and collectibles you may have missed. Alright. Yeah, if we do, we'll save the quiz thing for another time.
Wait, go back. Sorry.
Yeah, hold
on. We have Nanite Nick
Fury
in the back. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. I think that's for beating it on legendary. Why do we have Magneto?
Canada loser.
What's his abilities?
You prick. It's
Summons forth Electro. Summons forth Spider-Woman. Summons forth A-Bomb. Summons Firestar. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of neat, I guess.
Yeah. Does give you that last boss kind of feel to it, right? Swap costume? No. Anyways, Ryan's rating review system is as follows. It's a system you can't find anywhere else. It's the best place on YouTube to get your gaming reviews, because it was developed by a bunch of 3rd grade elementary students who teamed up with aliens from another planet that went back in time to learn alchemy and then back to the future to learn advanced technologies and sciences to come back to the present to give you the best, most objective, truthful, honest, and greatest review system ever, and you can only find it here. It's as follows. BAD. Is the game bad, as in this is a bad game, or is the game bad, like bad to the bone, baby? B stands for boring, A stands for awesome, D stands for dumb. So, let's start with boring. Is the game boring? I'd say it's a little bit more boring than the first one. And to an extent the third one, because as clunky as the third one is, the third one's got some interesting segments. This game kind of suffers from locales that seem very samey and uninspired, considering the amount of stuff you have in the Marvel Universe. Enemy variety can kind of be a little lacking, especially compared to 1, where there was a ton of different enemies. But overall, no, the game's not boring. It's especially when you play with friends. If you're looking for like a Diablo-like game, but with Marvel characters, since we don't have Marvel Heroes Online anymore, great games to pick up. So, I'm going to give it 1 thumbs up, 1 green check mark. It's not boring. Do wish there was a bit more variety with the roster, more interesting characters. I mean, they do borrow a lot of characters from the first game, but they borrow the more safe ones. And that's kind of the thing the first game also has over the second. I can't remember. I think the problem with the third is it leaned too much into Guardians of the Galaxy, I think. But that leads us to the A. Is the game awesome? Well, you get to play Marvel characters beating up other Marvel characters, and they level up, and you can spend skills or auto-spin like we did, but then you have these cool medals. So you don't have the same inventory as you do in the first game, where they had different equipment, which helped spice it up. And then they had different costumes that did different things, right? Like I ran Ghost Rider, who had the revive with the classic costume. But the game's still awesome, even in this day. I mean, this game is old as bones at this point. So, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, is it awesome? Yep. That's a 2nd thumbs up, a 2nd green check mark. And the last, the D. Is the game dumb? Well, I mean, we were playing on legendary difficulty, so there was that. I don't know how much of that would contribute to the dumbness factor. Very little. Again, the roster's a bit safe. level variety. I'm repeating myself because there really isn't much to complain about with the game. The combo system got dumbed down for sure from the first game, where the combos, you had multiple combos with light and heavy, and then you have the different grabs that came into play. You had the launch ups, because the different combos that you do would either launch them to the ground or have some secondary ability. A lot of the abilities are kind of funneled down to a more refined point where it's like, this is damage, this is a different way to do damage, whereas in the first game there was a lot more variety in the skills and abilities that could be applied. So was the game dumbed down? Yes. Does that make the game dumb? No. More simplified, more streamlined. Not necessarily a bad thing, as if we ever get the third game up and running, you'll see what we complain about with that, with the gene system or whatever it was called. But overall, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, not a dumb game. So it gets a third thumbs up and a third green check mark, because guess what? We're multiple man, and we don't have to grow extra arms, we don't have to wear cyborg body parts. They have 3 arms available. We just hit ourselves in the head and make another one of us to give us another third arm to give it the third thumbs up. So, rushing through this, is the game boring? No. Is the game awesome? Yes. Is the game dumb? No. Good job, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. Still prefer the first, but I do wish the story focused more on the Civil War aspect. But again, you get to play as Carnage, Juggernaut, and you get to mash up against other Marvel heroes and villains.
I was entertained. Keep it simple. Once it goes away from the Civil War thing, it does kind of lose steam. But it is definitely below the first one as far as entertainment value. Smaller roster just overall, everything you said is true, but overall I would just say it's a step down from that white outfit's ugly.
It is.
I'm saying that because there's no classic Psylocke. British Psylocke's the best Psylocke, but it is, everything you said is true. It is a step down from the first one. It's still entertaining, especially with a friend. But play the first if you have the chance. If not, this is not a bad option. Just put it that way. And the third, I don't really remember. We're gonna have to try that again.
Yeah, it has been a while. Look at that. There is team bonuses. They're not as varied as in the first game as well. In the first game, you could do tons of different compositions for teams.
It seemed like there were a lot more cooler little things where you were like, oh wow, in the first one.
Yeah.
Cool, oh wow moments.
And again, like the costumes, they had classic costumes for like Magneto and the one that you liked where he was more like the headmaster, and they changed your abilities too. So like certain costume sets would have different abilities attached, so the character might be your favorite but would play different based on the costumes. You also had like equipment, artifacts or whatever you could equip. I think it was maybe 1 or 2, but that's just enough. And of course, with the way points are spent, you could kind of tailor the character to how you wanted to play it. So definitely, if these games ever make it back to Steam or any other system, pick them up ASAP. Trust me, you won't regret it. You'll have a lot of fun. So, all right, folks, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for sticking with us through this journey. Playing through the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games. Maybe we'll circle back to 1 and try and actually beat it, but I don't know how we're sold on that. How long it'll take me to figure out how to get the Switch so we can do some Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. But yeah, I like the live streaming. Until then, we'll figure out something else to play. We'll get together on that. Don't know what will be coming up next. To my subscribers, you all stay awesome and you have an amazing day. Or if you prefer, stay amazing and have an awesome day. Drive by Rubbing Their Computers. Catch you next time. And before I go, if you liked what you saw here, don't like, subscribe, or comment on my channel, give Dieselman at Gaming with Dieselman on YouTube a like, thumbs up, and a subscribe. So appreciate the comments, man. Thanks for stopping in. Sorry I didn't notice your comment until late, but yeah, I'm old. It happens. I'll get more in tune the more live streams we do. So all said and done, though, you all have a good morning, a good afternoon, and a good night.
Night, everyone.
Alright, now I gotta figure out how to stop this. That maybe, and then this, and then see ya.